do like that song. That's from Chris. Hello, hello, happy for me Monday evening, whatever time it is for you. You may be even be in tomorrow, or you may be trying to catch up with the future like the rest of us. Anyways, evening stream, open panel. Just um, fired it up because I could. I have some time, so let me pop it on social media right quick, and we'll be ready to go. There we are. What's up? I was looking at the news, and normal stuff, but I noticed that North Carolina and West Virginia, there was an appeals court, federal appeals court, that ruled that the state insurance, Medicaid and all that, if you're on Medicaid or the state insurance, that they are required to pay for transgender care. And some of them were paying for hormones, but not surgery. So now they have to pay for the surgeries as well. So whatever your opinion on that is, I wanted to throw that out. So we'll see where it goes. I'm not really against it. I personally think healthcare should be between a patient and their doctor, with whatever existing regulations we have, like medical, whatever the regulatory bodies for medicine are. I know in Louisiana they just passed one that there's 6 very specific medical procedures that are prohibited, and the doctors get fined or cited or something for violating it. So, and it's stuff like surgery, hormones, puberty blockers. I forgot the other ones. And of course, there's exceptions for medical, like if there's a legitimate medical need for any of that. But that was, I mean, I suppose when they made the bill, they consulted with medical professionals, but that was something made through legislation, through law. And to me, I mean, I don't necessarily have anything against it, but to me, I would rather doctors and medical people make that decision. Like if it was a mental health question or an autism question, I would want people like me. I would want our opinion on the issue to carry more weight. Just like with the gay issue, I would want the gay people, my opinion as a gay person, to carry more weight, etc. I would want medical people and mental health professionals to kind of determine what's needed instead of to blanket just outlaw certain procedures. But at the same time, I don't really have a problem with like for that extreme of cosmetic surgery, having it wait till you're 18. But I also would like to see the option for, because maybe there are rare situations below 18 where it would benefit, and I wouldn't want that rule. Like, I wouldn't want to prevent that either for the cases that it would help. So I'm a little more loose with this. Plus, I'm not trans, at least not yet until they reclassify me. I'm not gonna have kids. It's not an issue that I even need to worry about. I'm not teaching anymore. I don't work with kids. So all the trans people I encounter really are adults, and we can just work that out among ourselves. We don't need babysitting, nannying, hand holding, etc. And I don't deal with the medical side of their issue at all. So it's easy for me to take a very detached perspective about this, and kind of a live and let live, which would be my default toward almost anything, unless there was a really strong reason against it. Oh, let's see. Let me. Oh, hey, Auntie. More therapy. Yeah, absolutely. Hey, DaFreak. Yeah, I'm for that too. Like I'm like I'm a pragmatic. I'm what works. If something works, it should be supported. That's how peer support started. The work that I do, it started out of the, like, they call it the psychiatric survivor movement or Mad Pride, and it was psychiatric patients that just got together and kind of supported each other because they weren't getting the support they needed from the services that were set up at the time. A lot of them, which were institutions, and eventually, with the mental health crisis and the labor shortage, we they started using them like as a way to serve a large amount of people, like easily. It's like a way to fill the workforce without, because you don't need a lot of training. You don't need 4 years of training, etc. And as they studied it, they discovered that it actually works. It does have a very positive effect, and they it became evidence based. Like they ran it to whatever test they need to meet the standards of evidence, and now they have an entire government department at the federal level that supports it. SAMHSA, Substance Abuse Mental Health something something association, and it's a legitimate thing now, and it's covered by Medicaid. Private insurance companies are starting to cover it. So that's an example of something that worked, that was kind of folk generated, that they eventually discovered, yes, it should be covered because it works. So I'm all for that. If they discovered that acupuncture, or I don't know, voodoo medicine works, then cover that too if it works. I did not know that Ted Bundy was a suicide. Was he Washington State? I know that when I first moved here, I was told that Washington State had the highest rate of serial killers of any state. And I'm like, oh, what did I get myself into? And then it turns out I almost think I might have moved in with one. But and then I'm told that it was because some people say the weather, which would be a very good guess if you saw the weather up here. But there is something about the way states share their data, and Washington State is one of the few states that doesn't share criminal justice data with other states, so that it's harder for them to get caught. Like they can come up here and their information doesn't get shared from their other states, so it's harder to know their background and what they're up to. But this is all gossip and urban legend from years ago when I first moved here. Because of Ted Bundy, you don't trust therapists because, like, but anybody could be a Ted Bundy. The guy that pumps your gas could be like, do they still pump gas? Is that, I know in Oregon they do because it's illegal for you to pump your own gas. They pay people to pump your gas in Oregon. Don't you try to get out and pump it yourself. No, sir, ma'am, whatever gender you are, Miss Non-Binary, don't try to do it. What was I talking about? Pumping gas. Oh yeah, anybody can be a Ted Bundy. Your doctor, your cousin, your child. I know it's scary, but really anybody could. So I don't let like these edge cases be the reason, like the way I evaluate entire groups. They said that about priests growing up. Like, there were maybe one or two bad priests here and there, but that was never a reason for me to think all priests, like all of the priests I interacted with, they were perfect, gentle priests with me. They didn't try anything. So I didn't have a reason to not feel safe around priests. Yeah, you really got to be, and it's not so much about telling them everything, because that's not always required. It's about, what are you there for? What do you need them to help you with? And then you develop some therapeutic goals collaboratively together, and then figure out how the two of you can reach like how you can reach the goals and what help you need from the therapist. So telling everything may not always be required depending on what the goals are. And part of the therapist's role is to help you feel safe and comfortable about that. And there is confidentiality, and I know I'm a mandatory reporter here in Washington State. Most therapists are mental health professionals, and so there's certain situations where they are required by law to report if they suspect abuse or you're a danger to self and others, et cetera, or harm to somebody else, like maybe somebody in your stories. And it's a official process. There's a form they fill out. There's a particular department they turn it to, and that department determines what to do with it and if they need an investigation, et cetera, et cetera. So, and usually, like, I'm very upfront about that. And usually a therapist will tell you if they're a mandatory reporter, explain what that means. So you can decide if there's certain gray areas that you want to keep private. So, and really you should be in control of, like, you're in the driver's seat. If it's person-centered therapy, which is the traditional humanistic form that most of them practiced within until recently when it turned more activist and social justice-y. But you should be in the driver's seat. So, like, they shouldn't be pressuring you to do something their way or to tell you something that you don't have a reason to tell them, etc. And it should be in collaboration. So a lot of the initial therapy is just getting to know each other and building that trust and rapport. And that could take weeks, months, whatever. But eventually you'll get to a point, just like with a friend or any other relationship, you get to a point where you're comfortable enough to start opening up and being a little bit vulnerable, and they'll guide it with questions as well if they're competent. So therapy doesn't need to be as scary as it seems for some people, but if it is, then just go find another. It shouldn't feel scary. So if you're feeling scary or scared and the therapist can't help you overcome that, then just go see another therapist. It's no big deal to switch therapists. Like, you are in control, and you can hire and fire anybody on your team. So if somebody's trying to make you feel otherwise, that I would use that as kind of a flag. All right, let's see. Oh, I think I might have had something on Twitter. Let me look. Oh, nope, I said it today. you do you really? I guess it's never. I grew up in a small town, so everybody was always like, everybody knew everybody's business all the time. So it never really bothered me to be watched. And plus, we watched just as much as anybody else in the town. Like, we love to sit on the porch and see what the neighbors would do to try to figure things like what was going on in the town ourselves. So it was just something everybody did. And I mean, I'm on live in front of the whole world right now. It doesn't bother me. Was that a streaming joke? Did I miss it? I would like to be more watched 24/7 because I'm trying to do a 24/7 stream. But no, it never bothered me. Like, growing up as a kid, when I thought there was a God, sometimes it would be unnerving that there was something watching from heaven, like looking down on you. But that's as, like, slightly uncomfortable as it's ever gotten, as for me, as far as that feeling of being watched. It just doesn't bother me. I had here's a story for some of the conspiratoids up here. There's a hey Chuck, there's an outdoor art exhibit here in Seattle in this park that you can walk around in, and we were there at night. I was seeing it for the first time, and part of the exhibit is this big giant metal wall. It's like really tall, and it goes on for a while, like yards and yards and yards. And we're walking along, and it's rusty in parts. Like, and I'm thinking, this is art, a rusted metal wall. And I wanted to see if it was real rust. So I reached my hand out and I started rubbing the surface, and this voice came on a loudspeaker, and it said, "Please do not touch the exhibits." And I like jump back. I'm like, no, 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 no. I don't like this. Somebody was watching me, and if you touch the exhibit, I was like trying to figure out, is it a tape? Is it a sensor? Is there a real person like watching on a camera? And so I touched it again to find out, and I got the same announcement, but I still couldn't tell. It seemed like a recording, So maybe it was sensor triggered, but it gave me the feel like that's like the one time where I'm outdoors. It's an art exhibit. It's a big giant wall. It's not some delicate piece behind a rope. Um, I don't like being monitored right now and being like fussed at if I do the wrong thing. I hated that feeling at that moment. But like any other time, I wouldn't mind. Like if I'm in a store shopping, I don't care if there's security cameras or any, but they don't have a voice that comes on that says put the merchandise down either. I think that's the part that bothered me. Was it led to consequences? So the surveillance itself doesn't bother me, but when they start using it to try to micromanage what I'm doing, that's when it starts to bother me. The authoritarianism, not the surveillance itself. Oh yeah, yeah, I get that, Auntie. Like that's a smart thing to do if you know how to do it. Like give out just enough information to test people and find out what you need to know to like figure out how much you want to move forward or not. I see them use that on some of these reality shows too, because it's part of it, like Survivor, Big Brother, etc. It's a game of information. Whoever has more information potentially has more power in controlling the flow of that information and what gets in the information pipeline or not. And so sometimes people will give little pieces of information to test, and then based on those results, they'll figure out if they want to work with that person or not. It was God. Let's see. Oh, God watching. And then another thing growing, like if somebody died, I would think sometimes and that would be embarrassing because I'm like this person that knows me now. They can see, like they can see me take a bath, and they can see me sleep, and they can see like all the. I didn't know if they could see inside your head or if they could just see what you do, but like if they could see inside my head, like all the ugly things I might think about somebody, they would know that, or like all my darkest thoughts and stuff. And so that would like, I guess, bother me a little bit as a kid that maybe people I know could see me after they die. But I didn't take it seriously enough to like let it bother me or harsh my childhood at all. Um, I was a pretty happy, carefree, go lucky child until we moved to another town. And then I was the outsider kid, and I became the moody, depressed, gothic introvert nerd. And that was puberty too. So you had the sexuality stuff coming out all at the same time. And that was a totally different life experience. Again, going back to that talk this morning that about social environment, that was a perfect example of like going from one social influence to another, and how one was so positive and one was so negative, and the difference in it changed my entire personality. It turned me from extrovert, which was my natural mode, to introvert, which was not. And even though I am an ambivert, so I can do both when I need to, but it like totally took me out of my natural, like the genome in the brain level, my natural state of, like if I was allowed to just my physiology was just allowed to naturally express itself without interference. It took me out of that and put me in a situation where there was adversity. Every time I attempted to naturally express, it encountered social adversity, and then I had to figure out, what do I do here? And I hadn't had to do that before. I was probably 11, 12 ish, and one of the solutions I came up with, well, initially it was just to leave them alone. And I had a book. I had my head in a book. This was junior high school, like seventh grade, sixth, seventh grade, and mostly seventh grade, because we moved there and then we moved back, and I finished out the sixth grade in my old town, and then we moved back again in the seventh grade, and that's where it really got bad, where I was stuck there once and for all. And so I keep my head in a book, and I wouldn't talk to anybody, and I would just, this is me, in class, at recess, even in the hall, or like walking to school. Just anytime, I that was my shield and my escape because I really enjoyed what was going on in the books. And so, as long as I had that, I was fine. I had my pentagram set. People couldn't cross it, and we were good. But it's when people start to mess with me, because a lot of times I noticed they would get clout from their peers by harassing me. So if they fucked with me and can make the classmates laugh, then that would make them popular. So I was like the whipping boy or the scapegoat. And I had never been in that role before, other than with my family, which was not a big deal. It was like mild teasing. But this was like actual, let me see how far I can take it. And but really it showed up in places like PE, where they had to actually take me out of PE class. I got a note from my psychologist that said it is not in his best interest to be in this class. So I would still go to PE, but I didn't have to do the sports or exercise or be around the other kids. I just sat in the coach's office and helped them grade papers and stuff. Um, I just had to put on the uniform, but I didn't have to actually do anything. Because we'd play dodgeball, and they would, like, the whole school, the whole class would help me. Like, they would just take that dodgeball and I'd come home with bruises from the dodgeball. Like, the whole class, I was the target. Whoever had the ball, no matter who it was, I was the target. And that dodgeball was just constantly bombarding me as hard, and they would do it as hard as they could make it. And the coach would tell them to stop, but they would all do it anyway. It was like a whole group of them, and he couldn't really control them. And so they had to take me out of PE. And then we play like flag football. It wasn't tackle, and you weren't supposed to tackle. You're supposed to rip the flag, but they would still try to tackle me and like push me and rough house. So I couldn't play the flag football. Same thing with soccer. So no matter what they tried to put me in, the boys would harass me. It was like a male thing. And so those were all new positions for me. And I didn't really know how to adapt to them. So I tried different strategies initially. I tried to get adults involved, but a lot of it these were the kids of some of the teachers and staff at school. So they were not going to side with the outsider against their own people. And the bullying really wasn't the big issue, though. It was how bored I was. I just was not learning anything. And I felt like I was wasting my mind. I was stagnating. So my solution was I just stopped going to school in the 7th grade. I waited for everybody to leave in the morning, and then I snuck back, and they had a little, I would, like, my stepdad left early, and then I think my mom left after that. And then we had, the school started at different times depending on what grade you were in, and I was the older kid, so my time started first. So I left the house before my siblings, and we were like 2 blocks from the school, so we walked. And you would go, I would pretend to walk to school, and then I would, for those who think I can't lie, listen to this story. And it's not really lying. I didn't have to tell anybody anything. I didn't ever tell them I was going to school. I just let them think that's where I was going because I had my backpack on and that's where I was supposed to be going. And so I would go halfway around the block, and then we had this little alleyway. Like, it's just like this little path of grass, and it would go behind the houses, and you could get to our backyard from there. And so I would cut through that on the way to school. And we had this bush in the backyard, and I would crouch behind the bush, and I would watch the rest of the family leave, and my siblings, my mom. And then when the last person was gone, I would just walk across the backyard to the back door of the house, back in the house, and I would get my day started. And my day started was watching PBS. They had all this educational programming that was just teaching me all kind of stuff. I would do art projects. I would write. They would give you writing prompts, and you'd write story. I wasn't getting any of that stuff at school. So in my mind, I could justify staying home and giving myself a better education than anybody at the school was giving, and I didn't have to deal with all the social friction. So it was a win for everybody to me. I didn't know about like school law and truancy law and that kind of stuff. Like, as a kid, that didn't factor into any of it. And so eventually I got caught, and they wanted to expel me. And instead they referred me to this psychologist who specialized in gifted children, and he happened to be the founder and director of a gifted program. It was residential on the local college campus, and I got put into that, and that absolutely turned my life around. That was the intervention. That was the positive social influence that I needed to allow me to thrive and develop to the next level that I was not going to get from that junior high school. I was around people like myself. I wasn't weird. We could have conversations. We could learn from each other. We got the mirroring that we. My signal's going out. I hope y'all heard that. I've told this story before anyway. It's on stream somewhere. It's just a recap for those that don't know it. And that's basically it. It was an example of social influence and how they extreme it can, like, if the differences are extreme enough, it can definitely affect you and change you on a very deep level. And but also I wasn't the passive victim of it. The minute I noticed the change, I was aware of it. Like, okay, this is not my normal experience, and it's very different from what I was used to at this other school. So there's something off here. It's not what I want. This is not the experience of life that I want. It's not the norm I set for myself. It's so I need to figure out what to do to make it different than what it is now. Like immediately, that's one of the first things I, even as a kid, like, okay, what do I need to do here to change this? And I like I said, I tried different things, but I never felt like I was just at the passive mercy of a social influence, and I had no say or choice. The school did. I'm surprised they let me get away with it as long as they did, because the rule was, I think you can miss 10 days per semester, and I had missed like 21 days or something, and so I was way over the limit. And I'm surprised the school didn't do something sooner. I'm surprised. Like, every day I missed school, I was shocked that nobody said anything. I got away with it, and every now and then I would go. Like, so a few days of the week I would go here and there just to pop my head in, so I could stay legal, I guess. And because if I stayed away completely, then yeah, they would notice. But if I showed up periodically, then at least I was like on their books, and they could stretch it out. Like, what they decided to do about it was less urgent. And so I think because of that, it took them a while to do anything. But I remember one day I was sitting at home doing my thing, and we had a shell driveway. It had all these like crunched up shells and like this kitty litter material. No, I didn't know. Like, did I talk to anybody and say, hey, I'm thinking about skipping school? No, because I knew nobody would have supported that, and I knew that, and I didn't want to tip my hand either. Like, I didn't want to. If I was going to do this, it kind of just happened. It's not something I premeditated. I just did it one day. I'm like, what if I just turn here instead of walk to school, and let's see what happens. So I did it, and it worked. So like maybe a day or two later, I'm like, I wonder if I could try that again. And so I tried it again, and it worked. And it was that kind of thing. It just kind of emerged. It's not something I planned on, but it turned out to be a really good solution. But eventually, one day, I was in the house by myself and doing my thing, and I heard my stepdad and my mom both drove station wagons. They were like big, heavy cars, and I heard a car come up that driveway because you could hear it crunch. And I knew it was one of the two parents, either the stepdad or the mom. And so I ran. I was upstairs in my room. I ran to the window, and I looked down, and I saw it was my mom. And so I ran to my bed, and I jumped under my bed. And I heard she came in the back door, and the stairs were by the back door. And she didn't say a word. She came right to the stairs. She walked up the stairs. She opened the door. And all she said was, get out from under there. And I'm like, fuck, I'm caught. I didn't even try to fight it. I crawled out from under the bed, and I absolutely broke down. I just bawled and bawled and bawled. And that's when I opened up about all the stuff I was dealing with, the stuff at school and how much I didn't want to be in this town. I wanted to be back in my old town, etc. And that's when they were able to, the school decided to make an appointment with the school counselor, and she knew this guy, this psychologist guy and everything. So that's what it took for me to finally be able to open up and articulate what was motivating me to do this, which in my mind was a good thing, but I didn't really know all the reasons behind it until I was forced to finally get it all out when I got caught, when we met with the school. So in a way, that was a good thing too. But no, there was nobody I could tell. The school counselor was really good. She was this nice older lady, very kind, understanding, compassionate. This was also an added element in all of this. In addition to puberty, I was a Dungeons and Dragons nerd, and this was the height of the Satanic Panic, where anything associated with Dungeons and Dragons was devil. And the school knew that I was into Dungeons and Dragons. And so the counselor would let me go in her office with my Dungeons and Dragons books when I needed to. Like if I need to take a break or kids were harassing me, she was like a little safe space, and I could take my fantasy novels or my Dungeons and Dragons books in there, and she would let me read them for a little while, and then I could go back to class. And so she was really good and caring and understanding in that way. And so she was like a little sanctuary. And I had one or two other teachers too that they made all the difference to me. That's what I'm saying. It only takes that one or two teachers, and I tried to be that teacher to most of my kids. And anyways, so I could talk to this counselor lady, but I didn't think I could open. And like I said, I wasn't really planning it ahead of time. I didn't think I could talk to her about, I don't want to come to school anymore, and I'm just going to stay home. I didn't think we were at that level of opening up. But really, outside of her, there really was nobody. I tried talking to people about the bullying, and nothing happened. So I'm like, okay, I'll just have to take this in my own hands, like everything else. And I did. That's why I'm so good at internal locus of control, because my whole life, I've had to be the one to solve my own problems. The adults around me were rarely equipped to do it. So I just learned to figure things out on my own very early. And yeah, and remember they had the like the logo, the TSR logo at the time was like this devil face or moon face, scary moon face or so. And then, so that fed into the hype too. And in first edition, they had demons. That was like a race of monsters. They had the 9 hells and the abyss and all of that. And so that was really freaking out the Christians. They changed all that in second edition, but it didn't help me in 7th grade. Although it helped me make friends, like it helped me find the few other nerds that were at my school, and we would get together and play D&D. So as long as I had that, I didn't care what the other people thought. Hey, Bex. I need another refill, but I don't really want to leave you all hanging. I'm trying to think if there's any videos or panels. It seems like there was something I wanted to show. Yeah, I tell you what. I don't know if I'll show all of it, but P.F. Jung. Yeah, I was really good at DMing. So all my friends weren't as good at it. And so I always ended up in the DM role, and I never got to play. And I always wanted to play. It was very rare I could find someone that could run me through an adventure. But I also usually played a character of my own while I was DMing, because we often didn't have enough players. And so I would take on a character to fill out the party. So I kind of got to play and DM at the same time. And we would also LARP, just kind of freeform LARPing, not formal, with like me and my brothers and the neighborhood kids. And we would just make up adventures to play outside. And we would just imagine we're in a forest or a cave, and ooh, there's the dragon, and we would pretend to fight it. Just the same way you would play cops and robbers. And so I would lead us through those kind of adventures, and I was a character as well as the one guiding people through the adventure. And so I got a reputation for being able to think of entertaining things to do on the fly. And so all the neighborhood kids were constantly at my door, like trying to think of something to play. And so like LARP, live action D&D was one of those things. He was like a real troll, the race. Because trolls in first edition, I remember, were a little different than what most people think of as trolls, like the trolls from The Hobbit. They were these big, tall, green, nasty. They looked like rotting corpses, and they would regenerate. Like if they took damage, they could heal it. So they were really hard to kill because they were constantly healing themselves, and that was why you didn't want to encounter a troll, because they were so damn hard to kill because of their regeneration powers. And I think the troll blood might, like, I think they used it in regeneration potions and stuff, so troll blood had some value, like some market value. Yeah, like I remember them as a monster you could encounter, but I know in the later editions they did expand the amount of races that you could play. All right, I think I might put on this PF Jung video while I go do a refill. Let me find it. He did a video on and NeuroJack did a big, like, 7 or 8 hour stream today that was quite good. So if you're not subscribed to him, catch his channel too. I think he's Silver Tongue Cavalier still. So let me put his. Oh, maybe not. Well, hang on. Let me find his channel. That was iFi restreaming. Well, just Google NeuroJack and the video should come. I'll post the video, even though it's from iFi's channel. All right, there you go. And then the PF Jung video. And what he does, it's a video game, League of Legends, I think. So he uses the video game to kind of, he's on a project now as he wants to be like the Destiny or the Vosh of enlightened centrism. And he's trying to create this little team to do meme wars. He wants to come up with the best centrist memes. And as part of that, he's trying to figure out how to use different types of mental illness and neurodivergence. And this is all comedy. It's kind of all tongue in cheek as to like the different parts of his team and the role that the different mental illness would play in this video game League of Legends model that he's using in this centrist meme war. So that's the context for it. And I'm going to step away for a sec and just let this run.
What RTS unit would each mental illness be in the Great Meme Wars? Every ideology, every meme complex, whether it's conservatism, progressivism, Christian nationalism, it's going to have different people who believe in it. And depending on what mental illness you have, that's going to affect what role you play in supporting your ideology in the Great Meme Wars. So obviously, we're going to have neurotypicals. These are your heavy infantry. They form your main battle line, right? The majority of every meme army, every ideology is going to be made up of people with neurotypicality. They don't really win the meme war on their own. They just kind of hold the central battle line, and then all of the mentally ill people sort of maneuver around the side and on the internet, and that's how ideologies spread over one another. Next up, we have autists. These are your cognitive berserkers, right? Very intelligent, very low defense with low self-awareness. These guys are like the Urukai at the top of the ladder, so they kind of charge in and just start using terms that nobody understands, like anarcho-syndicalism and Hegelian dialectics, and they're good for sort of carving out that mimetic space for just introducing those terms. And then your heavy infantry, your neurotypicals, they come up the ladder and they're kind of like, yeah, Hegelian dialectics, that just means let's look at the truth in both sides of a perspective and try to blend them together to get to a higher order truth. And everyone's like, okay, that makes sense. But the cognitive berserkers, they go in there, they just pretend like everyone knows the terms they're already using and the memes they're using. But because they don't have any social awareness, they just get wiped out easily. Okay, next we have psychopaths. These are your assassins. They're very highly highly specialized units. They're very rare in the population, so you're not going to have many of these in your army unless you're playing like antinatalism or something like that. Psychopaths are very good at taking out individuals from opposing meme armies, usually by doxing them, which then prevents those individuals from participating in the online discourse broadly, let alone just the meme wars in general. Next up are your schizophrenics. These are your mages and spellcasters, obviously, specifically conjuration mages, because they conjure up things that aren't there, quite clearly. They're very good at creating new memes, right? They can tap into the winds of magic, they see a pattern in the world, and then they can concretize and manifest that pattern into a meme, into an artistic work, and then that helps spread your ideology forward into battle. There's not many people who are schizophrenic, just like there's not many people who have magical capabilities. So you need to use them effectively. And these are sort of your high damage fireball casters in the meme wars, right? Okay, next we have paranoid people. These are your military police.
Stop! Stop! Pay the court a fine or serve your sentence. Stop! Pay the court a fine or serve your sentence. Stop! You violated the law. You violated the law.
These are people who are very suspicious, specifically on people on your own side, people who claim to be supporters of your ideology, your memes. And that's good. You want a healthy number of paranoid people checking to see if the people who claim to be supporting your side are actually doing so and not just psyops, right? Like leftism, for example, is known for not having enough military police because, like, why else is Hassan Piker, who's the most pathetic, hypocritical, cringy, embarrassing ambassador for leftism, why is he at the forefront of the meme war, right?
Look at this fucking socialist wearing a Rolex hat. Look at this fucking socialist wearing the Gucci shirt. I got my Flashpoint maxed out trigger outfit.
If you had more military police in leftism, the paranoid people would have rooted him out, and leftism would be in a better spot than it is now, let's say. Next, you have people with anxiety. These are your scouts, obviously. They're very hypervigilant and can tune in and focus on any threats that might be out there that might threaten the mimetic fitness of your ideology. So our scouts would say, like, hey, enlightened centrist kind of sounds like a pretentious, douchey term. Like, why are we using that? It could put people off just from hearing it. And that's valid. That's a real threat that you want to take into account as the commander of the meme army. The scouts themselves, because they're anxious, obviously they're afraid of conflict and engaging with people. So they're not very good in combat, but you want to just keep them around the periphery.
All right. That was a teaser. I'll let you finish the video on your own if you're interested. What was I going to do next? I'm doing multitasking as usual. Oh, hey, Venus. Mr. Pig, who is he? I don't know. I haven't had the pleasure yet of Mr. Pig. Oh, yeah. Happy birthday. Yes. An assassin or a healer? What a dichotomy. The kill or heal. Very double-edged. Okay, so let's see. I guess I'll just pull up that question list until people show up. I took a nap, so I have a second win. I can see myself going for a little while. Let's see who else is streaming. Probably Flo. Stone but not alone. Speakeasy. Moose is doing his tunes. Oh, I guess Flo is over. Or was he streaming? Well, I don't see too many other games in town. Tell them to come over here. Let's see who's on Stone. Speakeasy is. I hate when streaming, like when you feature a comment, it hides people's names and you can't tell who they are. I wish StreamYard would do something about that. I don't know Kai. I don't think I know him. I don't know much about Paul Unslaved either. P.F. Young is my Paul. So when I say Paul, it's usually who I'm talking about. Oh, okay. Yeah, questions. We were talking about technology the other day, and it brought Machine. TML. So let's do another category and see who that might bring. Clothes and fashion. What about that? What is your favorite shirt? Actually, I don't really have a favorite. I want to I'll show you one though that I do want to kind of plug. So hang on 1 second. Actually, I have two. I thought of another one, but it's in the laundry, so I have to show it another time. But this is from a guy on YouTube. In fact, I'll put his link, called Autistic. He's an autistic guy over in the UK, and he does really good content about autism from an autistic person. And this is his brand, and I just love this. I don't wear it because I'm trying to keep it. It's one I want to save and keep nice, but I love the brain and the colors and the design. I just, as an autistic person, I just really like that shirt, and so I'm glad I got one from him. I think he has an Etsy store or something. So let me try to find him and put his channel. Here he is. Alrighty. Does fashion help society in any way? I took in college at the university level. I was a home economics major, believe it or not, because I was in the interior design program, and I had to take some fashion courses and clothing courses and fashion and society and that kind of stuff. And we talked about all this. I mean, I'd hate to say it doesn't help society. To me, it's like any other technology. It's what you do with it. Would society be better if we didn't have fashion? I don't. I have a friend who's in fashion. He even lived in Paris and worked. He like designed clothes and stuff. And he would have a lot to say on this topic. I've never been a fashion person. I've never cared about it. Hey, Daniel Berry, you too. But yeah, like anything else. Does sports help society? Does movies? Does social media? I think it, like, how do you quantify the effects that fashion has in society? Does it have a negative effect? I don't know. That's a deep question. Um, I don't know. I've always had my own fashion. I just never. My sister was really into like her and her friends were really into fashion. So I watched them growing up, try to have all the latest clothes and stuff and look nice for the social crowd. But I don't know. I did have my own sense of fashion with the punk look and stuff. So yeah, Jack, how do we do that? I have him on Twitter and on YouTube. Do you have a connection? He just came out with the book. He's like making the circuit because he just came out with a book about the Satanic Temple, I believe. And I started watching another video today from who is it? From Skeptic on Satanism. And I think I almost went by your stream earlier, but then I decided to go ahead and stream. Just hit him up on Twitter. What do I say? Like, hey, Shane, come hang out with us. I never know how to approach professional people because I always think that I'm too small for them to be interested in it. So it's like a power differential, and there's a different approach it takes to like incentivize them to show up on your little tiny stream than it would be from these other people that are trying to get them to go on bigger streams and talk about what like his book and his topics and stuff. Although he could talk about his book here. Maybe we could do a petition, and if I get like enough signatures, I could show him, look at all these people that want to hear what you have to say. Come and talk. Are you going to start streaming? I would love more Satanists on here, actually. I was trying to, that is my market. I just can't find where they are that are not woke. Are you going to be doing more live stuff, like you think? More streams? Your stream today was really good. I got to say, the conversation, the cast was good, and the conversation. Okay. Well, good. I think it's a valuable addition to the Panelverse. All right, let's see. What is a fashion trend you are really glad went away? Like I said, I didn't really follow trends. Oh, that was all mobile. Well, everybody was Avatar today anyway, but yeah, it worked. The conversation itself is what carried the stream. That's all you really need. You could have a bunch of white dots having a really good conversation, and that could hook people in. Or me, people like me anyway, if that's what you want as your audience. Damn, what fashion trend was I even aware of is a better question. I don't know. I'm not really bothered by fashion much. If I think of something, I'll come back to that. Maybe this is not a good topic. The most comfortable piece of clothing you own currently is my Skechers tennis shoes. I never want to take them off my feet. They feel like a second part of my body. And Chris talks about how comfortable his Skechers are too. So I would definitely say right now my Skechers. The most embarrassing piece of clothing. Frank would say my granny curtain shirt, my plaid. It's just normal plaid shirt, but he says they look like curtains that your grandma would have on her porch. Yeah, I definitely do. I somebody tell me that fatty is connected to Satanists, but I'm worried it might be the woke version. But do I want the fatty Satanist, or do I want the more? I mean, I like fatty. I would take Satanist from him, but I want my type of Satanist, the Generation X type. Sex, drugs, rock and roll. That level of Satanist. Oh, yeah, that's a trend that the adult diaper trend. I sure can't wait for that to become a thing of the past. He said something about he learns from all religion, and he takes what is useful to him from each one, and that Satanism is maybe one of the ones he's drawn in the past, and he has friends that are. Oh, here's I should save this one for Lib. How do clothes change how the opposite sex views a person? Like if a woman dresses more masculine or feminine, or a guy dresses more masculine. I'm not turned on by feminine men. So the more feminine a guy dresses, the less attractive I'm going to be to him. Even straight guys, if they have earrings or a dress on or something, they lose their studliness immediately. To me, that's just my personal, because I'm attracted to masculinity, not femininity. So that's how I can see it affecting people that way. Like it tells you whether to put them in like the bed zone or the friend zone. And so I can be friends with somebody who appears feminine, and I can't do anything in the bedroom with them. The energy is just not there for me. And so I can see it changing the view, how you view someone in that regard. But outside of that, I don't know. I watch a lot of RuPaul, and so you get to see the queens in and out of drag constantly, and you get to see their boy self or their trans self now. There's a lot of them, and their girl self, and you get to see the contrast. And like underneath it, there's like a common personality underneath it all, even when they're in their girl clothes. Yeah, a lot of times it is a different character. Like it does seem like two different characters or personalities, but underneath it, you could still tell it's the same person, whether they're in boy or girl drag. I don't know. I don't. That's a hard one for me. How clothes change. I don't know what determines how. Or actually, I know that I can think of many things that determine how someone views another person. So for clothes to be part of that, maybe in some situations. I do know this, like growing up, other people have used fashion as a way of making the judgments they need to make about people way more than I ever have. And I know it was being done to me silently. I just didn't know what judgments they were taking off of it. And so I know that it happens and that it's the norm, and I'm the exception to all that. But I've just arranged my life to where that stuff's never been important. Like if I ever had to dress up or be fashion conscious, I would have to get a gay to come and consult and show me wear this and do it this way, and this is how, if you dress informal, this is how formal people do it for this I wouldn't know any of that on my own. I would definitely need to outsource that and get some help. Fatty's told me at times he was at exorcism. It's hard for me to tell. I can never keep up with who is supernatural around here and who's like me, just naturalist. And so I think that changes how people receive things or interpret things. Because if you accept these other dimensions, then the meaning you assign to things is going to change. You have a greater range to interpret that meaning through. And I just have to interpret it into how it fits into the naturalistic worldview. And I guess you're doing the same. The worldview is just, it's like expanded. And mine's more empirical, limited to what can be known. And yours is more hypothetical or visionary, like what could be there whether we know it or not, which I guess is where the faith part comes in. Yeah, I judge people by politics is the last thing. I don't judge people by labels. Like growing up in the South, or at least South Louisiana, there's so many different personality types, and beliefs and groups and labels and categories of people and this and that. So it was just easier for me to start with the person. Do I like their personality? How do they make me feel? Am I relaxed around them? Can I laugh and have a good time? Do I feel uptight around them? Am I on my guard? Am I cautious? Do I have to worry about walking on eggshells or hurting their feeling? Are they neurotic? Like that kind of stuff, like individual personality assessments. And then from there, I build a picture. And if I like them, I don't care what their politics. I don't care what they identify as. I don't care what label they call themselves, because none of that stuff, like the personality stuff, is way more concrete than the abstract label stuff. And all I can do with the abstract stuff is tell myself a story about it. So if I hear that they're a Scientologist, then I start a narrative running about what that might mean. But it's not as salient to me as the stuff I can see in front of me about their personality and the effect that it has on me, and the intersubjective exchange. If I'm vibing with someone and there's the energies like flowing between us, I don't care who they are. I've been on a podcast where he was literally, and I say they don't exist, but he identified as a neo-Nazi. He was this kid from Portland. He was living on the street. He was real angry about the world. And he was a skinhead. His head was shaved. And he was very vocal and open about his politics. And my first reaction was, oh, wow, I'm on. And this is when I first started doing YouTube. So this was all new to me. I'm like, oh, my God, I'm on a YouTube with an actual person that says he's a neo-Nazi. But it didn't change how I approached the conversation. And I treated him the same I would anyone else. And I just asked him questions and I listened to his answers. And once I got past the label, which took not very long at all, he had a lot of trauma. Some of the things he was concerned about were understandable, and I was sympathetic to as well. And he turned to this Nazism as a result of things that happened in his life and experiences. And once I started listening to it, it became more like three-dimensional. Like he was just like any other trauma, like person who's experienced trauma and maybe neurodivergent, maybe some mental illness, but he wasn't this scary cartoon of a neo-Nazi. And so the label didn't really affect my experience of him as a person. And it didn't take long at all for us to settle into a nice groove and have a good conversation. And I don't know, it was cool. I would talk to him again if he showed up somewhere. So that's how I deal with people. That's why I'm not caught up on labels. Or another thing they do is, in addition to labels, is who they talk to, who they're affiliated with. Well, he's connected with Nick Fuentes, or he knows somebody who goes on Nick's channel, that kind of stuff, like who they're networked with. And which I think is fallacy of association, maybe logical fallacy. Or something they said. They'll take one little quote, like Trump said he's gonna be a dictator the first day, and they'll build a whole narrative around this one little nugget and run with it. And I think it distorts their ability to actually see the picture. Oh, I meant to do this one. Sorry. And I've queried him. Oh, yeah. I'm still trying to figure out myself. It's a work in progress, and it probably always will be. But that's, I think, a good religion should allow for that. It's supposed to grow. It's supposed to help you grow and grow with you as you grow. So if it doesn't have room for all of that, it just becomes another constraint, another like straitjacket holding you back. I do notice that Christians love to tell other Christians about their religion, but I've encountered a little bit of that with a Satanist, mostly on Twitter, where I'll post something and then I'll have either Church of Satan people or satanic people. I've had both, satanic temple people, and come and tell me that I'm not a real Satanist because I'm not part of an organized. And you can't just be you can't just have your own beliefs and use the name Satanism because it's disrespectful to the organizations that are actually real satanic organizations. And I said what any Satanist should say in that situation, which is don't tell me what to do. So if you're Satanist, you would get that. And so you're revealing yourself more than I am of your own Satanism. Well, yeah, I set out very early because, like I said, I converted late 2019 and then COVID and lockdown. So I was a fresh little baby Satanist when COVID started, and when I started to have to interact on social media instead of in real life. And I made a conscious decision. I said, what am I going to do about the Satanism stuff? Because I was already living openly as a Satanist in Seattle. I was out at work. I wore the antlers at work. I wore the Satan shirts at work. I walked all over. I went grocery shopping with all that shit on, and so I was living openly as a Satanist. And I said, I I plan to continue to do that online. If we're stuck doing the social media thing, I don't want to live less openly. So I'm going to continue to live as a Satanist online. But I also want to show that it can be a force of good. It can be a positive benefit to society. It doesn't have to be something scary or superstitious. That just like Buddhists, Muslims, Christians, it can be something that helps people do good in the world. And I set out deliberately to show that as a Satanist. And so I hope you trust me because I'm trying to create that. So thank you. And trust, like the thing I've learned about trust, there's this thing called limited trust. Trust is not absolute. You can trust people for specific things within specific limits without necessarily having to trust them in the absolute or not trust. And so whatever you're trusting me for, I hope it's something reasonable that I'm able to deliver on. And you're not like hanging your whole life on just me, that kind of trust, which I don't think you are. So, oh, look who we have. What a nice surprise.
Yes, you have a guest.
Take a breather. Welcome.
You've been streaming for an entire hour without any guests.
Shit.
How do you do
my
that?
God. I don't know. That's what I used to do. That's what my podcast used to be before guests. We're repeating history because you were like one of the first guests that broke that. But
That's true.
it used to be me turning on a camera and monologuing until a guest showed up, which they never did. And so my earlier episodes is exactly just this.
Wait,
What's
I heard
up?
some echo.
Oh, from me.
Is that from my side?
Is it still there? Or I'm not hearing it on my end. Is the audience hearing an echo? Anybody?
Are you? Okay, now it's gone. Now it's gone. Huh.
Okay.
At least from my side.
Oh,
I think.
Okay. I don't hear it.
I have no idea what we just did, but apparently it worked.
So what is on your mind today?
Well,
is it morning? Is daytime?
Yes, I just woke up 30 minutes ago, so it is pretty.
Okay. This is morning.
Pretty
coffee.
early. Yeah, so this will be a good way to wake up and get ready for school eventually. You know, just use that brain of mine, and it'll be good for you too. You know, just a midnight. Well, I don't think midnight, but and DaFreak, no, not 2024. I'm gonna wait a bit before politics.
Oh, you still so like after soon, I guess in a few weeks probably you're done, and then are you headed off to psychology after that? Is that still your
yes, that depends on if I'm conscripted to the military or not, which I'll find out in about 17 days. No, 16 days. I'll find out if I'm conscripted or not. So if I am, my future is delayed either by 1 year or 2 years. If I'm not, I go straight into psychology.
Well, do you have to go off to training and stuff, or will we still get to see you? Like, do you get to live as a civilian?
Well, you do live at a compound, but you have a lot of free time and you have the weekends off mainly, I think. So it'll be kind of still the same schedule as school. But at the same time, you know, if there wasn't for any other plans, I would gladly go to the military for 1 or 2 years. It would be interesting at least.
And you would live at the compound for the whole year? It's not like just military reserve.
Yeah, I think so, yes. So how it works is that you go there and you have the first 4 weeks of just basic training, where you get trained how to fight, how to kill, how to do whatever, and then you get deployed on a just. For example, you could be a guard at the Air Force Base, or you could be a guard of the King, or you could be a seaman. You can operate the guns, and you'll just
You get to
basically
choose, or
serve.
they decide for you?
Technically, you have some choice, but their word is the word that's final. So
Oh.
if they, and you need some criteria. And so to answer the comment 2 from Zero, no, it's not lottery. It's you do like earlier this year, or well, last year for most others of my age group, but that doesn't matter. You send in a report of basically you do a personality test. That's literally what you do. You do a Big 5 personality test, basically. You ask a bit about your motivation and all that stuff, and you send that in, and then they call you in for a session, which is what I'm going to do in 15 days or 16. And that means that you come in, you take a lot of physical tests. You basically take a IQ test, and after that, you sit down with them and decide, so, what's my future?
They're gonna have you run in that country suit in no time. Watch.
Oh, well, maybe eventually, but
Well, if
no.
their IQ is high enough, they will. Maybe that's the issue.
Yeah, but I don't want to be. I have plans, and being conscripted
Your
would destroy
country
those
needs
plans.
you. The world needs you.
It can
Screw your
need me at
selfish
a later
plans.
time. It can need me at a later time. For now, my plans are trump everything.
Yeah, no, that you should definitely do your own path.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't think I'm gonna have a choice. The thing I can hope for is that I can argue for taking the military service after my education, because I'm pretty sure I will probably be called in, or maybe not. Maybe
Then
hopefully.
you could be a like do psyops or like psychological. What like Joshua Jones does? What is he? A tactician, psychological tactician.
I don't know.
You could use your powers for warfare.
You know, if I had decided I wanted to do this year in the military and I had no other plans, I would have, because there's a few special lines you have to search for, but you can get. I would have wanted to join like the military intelligence service or something like that, but no, that won't be possible because then I'm guaranteed to come in, and I don't wanna be guaranteed on that. I want
Who
at
would
least the
Norway go to war with? Like, who would you be fighting if you had to?
Well, definitely Russia. Like we border them. They
Oh,
are
okay.
we literally have a little strip up in the north that
Right.
that's guarded constantly. So yeah, definitely Russia. That's our main enemy, and maybe China too. But that would be more like a sort of D-Day deployment, and I doubt that's gonna happen. Although
Yeah.
I do doubt that there's gonna be any war with Russia because well, they don't have the balls to attack a nuclear armed power, which is what NATO is from, France, Britain, and America. They won't do that. Hopefully they're sensible and won't spark World War III. So I'll be safe, I think. But at the same time, I'm still extending everything by 1 or 2 years, which
Yeah.
is it isn't that annoying if it wasn't for that my plans are kind of based on the timing. It's like another friend I'm going to study psychology with. He already didn't get conscripted to the military. He knows it, and so he's going to go and study it right now. But if I can't study with him, and then yeah. So you see, there's a lot of things.
What determines if some people get it and some people don't?
Well, first off, their personality. They have to have a good personality, which means not a psychotic retard.
I think you'll pass that. Is it better to have like the better your personality, the greater your chance of getting conscripted,
I
or
don't.
vice versa?
Well, to be fair, but Daniel Price, they're all in NATO. Finland, Norway, Sweden, all in NATO. If Finland is attacked, Norway is also attacked. So there's an equal chance, basically, of any of us fighting because they're all in NATO. But anyways, back to the. I don't think the personality is the main determinant. I think it's just to weed out all of those who have dark traits that you wouldn't want in the military. Yeah,
but you do want. I would want some of those in the military. I would want a lot of those in the military, actually.
Well, maybe for offensive duties and when you need a lot of people, but I would not want it right now. Maybe they do, but I don't think personality, at least, is not the main determinant. I think that the main thing is to not have a horrible IQ score and to be physically fit. I don't think they really care if you have a high or medium or average, at least to a certain extent, but they want you to be not stupid and physically fit. I think that's the main thing, because it's, of course, they probably prefer smarter people, but at the same time, they can't just recruit smarter people. So their criteria must be lower, because there's not enough smart people to man an entire army.
Most armies want they like market to the less intelligent people as an alternative.
Yeah.
Because they're not going to make it in the white collar world. At least when I was growing up, that was what all the people who didn't have prospects elsewhere would turn to as an option.
Yeah, and you have some of that in the military. Although I think the most common trait of all military men is not that they wouldn't succeed in white collar jobs. It's that they are very, very nationalistic. I think that's the main thing. Very nationalistic, and they love the king, which nothing wrong with that,
I guess. I don't know. I wouldn't know.
Yeah, you should vote for a king. You should vote for a king in America. It would be funny.
Kings.
The Trumpist dynasty.
Trump. People say we got close during Trump, and at the time it felt like maybe, but I think a lot of that danger was hype. Because when I look at it more objectively, our system held up pretty well.
Yeah, no, Trump was nowhere close to becoming a dictator or a monarch. I don't. I think that's a bit of a silly idea. I'm not saying you have it, but saying that, Trump will ruin democracy. He might push it in that direction, but he won't do it himself. Like, he's too old and he's only got 8 years. Like, he won't do that. He can push it.
I don't think he will either. If I was worried about it, it would have been during his first 4 years. I'm less worried about it now.
What if he's more radical now, though? That's a potential.
It with Trump and Biden both, what it comes down to is hoping that the guardrails hold, and I don't trust Biden's guardrails, his team, but I know I'm not going to be happy with Trump's team either. I see the kind of people he picks, so this is gonna be a tough one. I think the VP is gonna maybe help give me a valuable data point, but those encroachments on free speech lately coming from the left also have me swinging toward Trump.
Yeah, no,
I know he's a crook. He's an awful person, but if our values align and he's in a position to help stop some of the things that I would like to see stopped, strategically, he's the better choice. And like I said before, I'm from Louisiana. I've voted for crooks before. We put Edward Edwards in office 4 times. One was to stop a racist. So I will vote for a crook to stop something worse.
That is understandable. But why not vote? Why not vote the third candidate? Why not vote Libertarian? Well, that's RFK now, isn't it?
I don't know why a third party didn't get off the ground, because to me, this would have been the time to do it. But I think it's too late at this point for a third party.
How high is RFK's polling? Because he...
Oh, I don't see anything about him ever. I don't know about the poll numbers, but just going off of social media, I don't ever hear about him.
That's that. Let's see. Biden versus Trump versus RFK. And this is from The Hill. So Trump 42% predicted, Biden 40%, or 41, and Kennedy 8%. So
it's not. It's going to be Trump or Biden. Like people need to
yeah.
save their votes for one of them if they
Well, to be
want to try to
fair,
swing some.
the thing is that Kennedy has no way of winning himself, but it's basically him deciding the winner. Which side does he pull the most from is the one that loses. I mean, so if he mostly pulls Democrats, then Trump wins. If he mostly pulls Republicans, then Biden wins.
Who's he pulling now?
And that I don't know. I honestly think he's probably pulling more, at least now, from the center
okay.
right.
Help me address this technicality with Daniel because he's a smart guy. We have a choice between two candidates. That's not an illusion. That's actual freedom of choice. So I don't know what this means. Unless you think Biden and Trump are the same, like they're working for the same person and it doesn't matter which one wins because the policies are going to be exactly the same. But I've had 4 years of Trump and I've had 4 years of Biden and I've seen drastic differences between the two. So I don't think that it doesn't matter which one gets in there, that they're being controlled by some independent other entity.
Well, the issue is that if we always think that, oh, but these two main parties, they are the big ones. It doesn't, like, if we vote for a third candidate, he won't win. He won't have any power, and that dissuades us from actually
Well, he
creating new
can
parties
in the
because
right
we're just voting for.
circumstances.
Yes.
When he's the
So why
more
not now?
attractive choice between the two existing choices, which to me we're at now. So that would give me an incentive to consider a third, because I would think, oh, I could come up with a third choice better than these two. But apparently nobody can, or if they can, they're not doing it. But I just want to challenge the idea that that's the illusion of freedom. It's still choice, a choice between two things. You're still free to decide between two things.
Sure, but it's a lesser freedom than if you had.
Yes, choice is still two people can be choice. That's what I'm like. That's what's throwing me right now is how it has to be more than two things to be a choice. So Pepsi and Coke is not a real choice. It has to be Pepsi, Coke, and Sprite before it's considered a choice. No, a choice can be two things. That's all I'm challenging is it's still choice. You're trying to frame it like it's no choice at all, but it is still a choice. Yeah, he might be, and he probably is, but I still worry more about what I see coming off of the other side. I can handle nasty, vengeful, dangerous, and unhinged. I've dealt with plenty of that. It's the nameless, faceless, authoritarian bureaucracy that you never know where it's gonna rear up next.
Well, there's a danger in both sides because with Biden, you're just accepting that bureaucracy wins. With Trump, you're accepting that a wild card wins. You're not really sure what's going to happen.
Yeah.
To the same extent with Biden's, like, do you want the stable but still bad situation, or the situation that can potentially be very bad or very good? Like, what times are we in?
I'm probably gonna go with chaos. Take my chance on chaos.
I don't know what I would do. I think I would prefer, as a Norwegian citizen, I would prefer America to be a stable ally instead of a chaotic one.
Yeah, but we have all that stuff at home. We're just like Canada. It's even worse in Canada. So like we're fighting a two-front battle, and I'm more worried about the domestic stuff right now.
I honestly, if you are going for chaos, I just hope that it can actually destroy the two-party system. Like Trump, if he didn't get the primary, like he split off the party, or Biden did it, or he dies and Harris takes over, nobody wants her, like something like that. I wish that would have happened. That would have been, I don't know if it would have been beneficial for you, but it would have been beneficial for me at least.
My goal is not necessarily to destroy the two-party system. That doesn't really bother me. Like on my list of priorities, that's not near the top at all.
Why doesn't it bother you?
Because it's been around forever. It's just a feature of our quirky political system, and
But
it
if you
doesn't
can see
bother
that,
me enough to like make it an issue to advocate for passionately.
I see your point, but at the same time, why wouldn't you want the ability to have parties that give you choice without having to be radical or too moderate? Because if you
Because I
just have
don't
two
think
parties,
it's that easy. I think
of
we
course,
have caucuses as it is in Congress, and I think we have like voting blocks here in the U.S., like informal voting blocks that is more nuanced than just the two-party system.
sure, but I still think it would have been better if you could actually have a multi-party
I don't
system.
think you can just like break the two-party system and have a third party, and all of a sudden everything just works smoothly from there. I think
A third party?
if
No,
you're
you
going
won't
to
need a
shift from two to more than two, you're going to have to end up re-engineering everything else downstream from that.
True, because right now you basically have a party for each side of the spectrum, and so every single side in that spectrum, even the moderates and extremes, all have to be in the same party.
Yeah.
I think it's beneficial for the voter if those are split up. So you have the extreme candidates, they have their own party. Like for example, in Norway, you have the Reds if you want to vote communist, but if you just want a bit of social democracy, you can vote Labour Party. You don't have to go to the extreme. Whilst in the Democrats, you don't really know what you're getting. You just, do I vote left or do I vote right? And that's too simple. That is.
Well, I don't vote that way anyway. I vote on candidates. I don't even vote party. That's too abstract. I'm like, what does this candidate believe? What are their policy positions? Do I agree with them? Do I want this person in power to potentially execute any of this, etc.?
Well, sure. That may be a difference in between America and Norway, because Norway is a parliamentary system, and so the executive branch comes from the parliamentary branch, whilst you vote the executive and the parliamentary separate. Well, you don't call it parliamentary, the Congress and the Senate;
Congress.
those are separate from the president. Whilst in Norway and Britain and a lot of other countries in Europe, the president, or the prime minister, is chosen by and has his power through the parliament, through the voting body.
Oh,
And
I
so you
didn't know.
don't really
Oh,
vote for
okay.
the prime minister. You just vote for the parties. And it's their makeup and their alliance making and coalitions that decides the prime minister. So for example,
So when you go on election day, it's not a name you're voting for. It's like a party. Do you
yes,
want this party or that? Oh, wow. Okay. Wow. That is. I'd have to rewire my whole brain. I'm so used to focus on individual people. Like that's what represents politics for me, and
yeah.
to have it be an abstract like platform is so wild.
Yeah, and the funny thing is that means that their alliances also really matter. So, for example, a few years ago, and by a few I mean like a decade or two ago, um, the right wing party, the conservative right, it didn't have enough seats to have a majority, which very very rarely happens, and so they had to do an alliance with another party to get a majority, and they did an alliance with the Christian Democrats Party, or the Christian People's Party, but on the criteria that the Christian People's Party gets to have the prime minister, and that's deals you do. So you just basically give the presidency to a minor party so that you can get a majority in the parliament.
Because the prime minister doesn't have a lot of power anyway.
No, he has a lot of power,
Oh,
but his power is beholden to the parliament, basically. So you have
so if you give him away to a minor party and they give you parliamentary power, that still has
that's worth
you.
it
Yeah. Okay, I see.
because you have
Wow,
more
this is
seats
like
than
Big Brother. I think I would do good in part like parliamentary. What is it? Is it called parliamentary system over two
yeah, the
party?
parliamentary system. And so that's the difference between a republic and a parliamentary system, because a republic, you vote on the president you vote on the executive and the legislative branch separate. On a parliament, the executive comes from the legislative.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I
So
like
that's
that we vote
yeah.
separately and that we vote for representatives, like individuals to represent us instead of abstract entities.
I halfway agree. I prefer the way it is now because it's more correct to vote on parties than people, because a single person is less important than the big
No,
change
not to
over
an
the years.
America. Not yes, that's a collectivist socialist bullshit you live in. Not to an America. Oh, I'm cringing right now just hearing it.
No, but the parties are the ones that matter. If the party doesn't like the official from the party, the individual is just kicked out. They can't be removed from parliament, but they're going to be an independent until the term is over. But it's not the people that matter. Well, the people matter a lot. Don't get me wrong; they matter a lot. And who's the prime minister is very important.
Is Jack
But in
Jack? Are you JacksLaw? Is that Jack? Type in the chat. I can't really tell from the little camera thing. Okay, I thought so. It's hard to see. Welcome.
I'll shave my head.
Let me see. Hang on. Hang on. Let me get a close up. Oh yeah, you did it yourself.
Yeah, I just trimmed it the same with my beard.
Yeah.
It's all the same size. This is just gray or white.
It looks
now.
good. I used to shave my head for decades. I had clippers, and I would just whoops, and done. Yeah, it looks good.
Thanks.
What's up? We're just
Nothing. I
talking
just
politics.
figured I'd come up and hang out, be another face in the crowd.
Yeah,
Cool.
literally a face now
And
because
Freak,
me
welcome
and
to you too.
Hey, thanks. Yeah, I was
So-
just gonna say I'm still in favor of the two-party system because of what we saw during the C-19 in Canada. Trudeau got like 30% of the popular vote or whatever, and that was enough to put him forward as the prime minister or president or whatever they have there. And so he was the winner. But what you had was 70% of the people in Canada didn't vote for the guy, but yet this is the guy that's forcing the mandates on everybody because of the medical C-19 issue. And so a lot of the Canadians were really griping about how multi-party system was not really necessarily the face of the country. So in that regard, I'm still in favor of the two-party system that we have here.
Are you Canadian, Freak?
No.
Oh, okay.
But at the same time, he wouldn't get at least. I'm assuming that the two-party system in Canada is modeled after the United Kingdom, which I'm pretty sure is a great.
They had like 6 parties going, but at one time I think so. They've got many parties going in there.
Yeah, but like it's the structure that matters because then, yes, even though if you get a minority of the population, if you're the biggest power and you don't form any coalitions, you will be the ruling party. But that doesn't mean you'll pass anything. Like you need a majority in the parliament, so it means that he couldn't just pass all these bills unless I don't know how the executive branch in Canada works, so perhaps he can. But at least if we convert this to how most European parliaments works, you can't really just decide all of these with a minority. You have to have a majority in the legislative branch. It doesn't mean that your party has to have it, but you have to get enough votes. And usually the way you do that is by forming coalitions. So, for example, currently the ruling coalition in Norway is between the Labour Party and the Farmers Party, and the Socialist Left. Like those three are in a coalition together, and they have a majority. But if it was just the Labour Party alone, they wouldn't have a majority and couldn't do anything. So it's not like the minority party wins and takes control. You have to actually do alliances and form coalitions and work together. And
yeah, but we're talking about the medical C-19 emergency declaration type of governance, where they actually declare an emergency or whatever, and the government has more they have a lot more rights and things that they can do under those conditions. And so when the prime minister declares that or whatever, and then everyone's on board, well, he's got a lot of power to do things like mandatory masks and all kinds of other stuff. And so from a ruling point of view, if you're one of the 70% that didn't vote for him and were a part of one of these other parties, which they all seem to have, a good coalition, well, then you're upset because your guy isn't the guy running the show and he's mandating all these things that you don't want, And so there's a disconnect there. Whereas in the two-party system, well, you know who the winner was, and so you just have to follow him.
What is that? Oh, a lighter. I thought it was a
DaFreak
stem.
wants his options lowered. He doesn't need this many options. That's what I'm hearing so far. And the guy above me here, how do you say his name?
Dolbez.
Dolbez is saying that there's the people who do the labor and there's the people who run the shit, and we don't need any more parties in that because that's all that matters so far. If I'm getting this right, I'm not exactly sure where we're going yet, Jeff, but you got back at a good time.
Yeah.
Let's let these people continue.
I would want more parties. Give us as many as possible. But I prefer the way it works in Norway, where you have basically two major parties. Well, except recently, the moderate left just collapsed. But like, where you have a moderate right and a moderate left.
Oh no, that sounds bad.
Yeah, it just collapsed completely. When it is at its lowest it has been in, I think, 100 years. Literally just past that mark. It's been 100 years since the Labour Party was that low. So that's worrying, but at the same time, I like the way it works, where you have two moderates and you have the more extremes in their own parties. I don't like the idea of the extremes being all in the moderate parties, because then there's no moderate parties.
What do you mean by extremes?
Well, for example, the more left wing and the more right wing, it doesn't really matter which way. Just I prefer the moderates to be calm and collected in the middle, probably a bit conservative, and then you have the more extreme at the ends.
You don't care, just as long as they're in order. As long as you put them in order, you don't care. I hear you. I'm that way too. I don't care how many there are, just as long as they're put in their place.
But those in the middle, they are moderate. They won't really disrupt society completely, and so as long as one of those will always be in the coalition and always have the majority, you'll calm down the potential chaos of the political system. You'll still have it, of course, but if every extreme have to be in a coalition with one of the two biggest parties, which is a moderate conservative party, then that'll calm it down.
We used to have that in the United States. It was called the Senate. They were the adults in the room, but the last I don't know, 6, 7, whatever years now, it's turned also into a circus. So it's really unstable.
It seems like America's always been that way. Our Congress, we're just very volatile as a country, so we need a system that can.
Yeah, you need a monarch. You need a monarch who can just veto all the extreme.
We had him.
Yeah, you need a monarch.
Come on, you know American
job. Constitutional monarchy. You regulate the political process.
No, we're the future. We're the advancement on all that.
Jeff, are you going jogging? What are you doing? You look like you're about to go jogging. Are you putting jogging shoes on or something?
Oh yes.
What are you doing right now? What's going on?
Well, actually, I was putting my socks on.
Oh, all right. I'll allow it this one time.
Oh, well, thank you, sugar. Discourse. Yeah. Actually, okay, people say this, but right here in the panelverse, despite all the fighting and the drama and the wig pulling and snatching and eyeball scratching out and everything, I still see an amazing amount of civil discourse between people who have completely polar opposite ideas, worldviews, values, agendas. So it's perfectly possible. I don't know if it's as much of a danger as people think.
They don't try and kill you. They try and kill your reputation and throw you in jail now. They're playing J. Edgar Hoover still.
Fast and loose. Is that what I'm hearing?
Mr. Rogers.
Well, I think I'm inbred too. Maybe I'm royal.
I don't think you have to be royal to be inbred. You can't just can't just be inbred without the positives.
Yeah, I suspect you can.
Although to be fair, the worst inbreds are the royals. Not all royals, of course, but some of them are pretty interesting.
Well, it doesn't.
Yeah.
The statistics really I'm just, there's no woman here, so like I'm just gonna throw out some numbers that'll probably piss off a woman, but the statistics, anything past 40, right? If you're having a child as a woman past 40, the rate of mutation that's going on is like, I mean, you may as well marry your sister. It won't fucking matter. You know what I mean? Like the whole point of breeding so young is the same as breeding with your sister, like the royals. You know what I'm saying? Like it's the same. It's to keep things the same. Nothing changes. There's as little mutation as possible. So I mean, what statistically?
So if you want the freaks, you have to go outside that window.
Well, it's not necessarily give you the freaks, but it will.
Mutants.
It will give you more of a percentage for some kind of mutation, something small. Usually,
it's not just a mutation you want to avoid in incest. It's also that you have less genetic diversity.
Right.
And that compounds over time. It's not just the mutations, it's the genetic diversity too.
Right.
That is like
you end up getting one trait that just expresses itself over everything else, and it usually ends up that.
I don't know. Again, like, other than look, I'm not trying to fight for people to screw their sister. Okay, I'm really not. I'm not trying to fight for this. I'm just saying, if you really put it in context, it really just comes down to a moral issue. Like it's and that moral issue comes from control, and that control comes from the top. You know what I'm saying? Like
which is where the Fed.
No, just the
WN. The UN.
I would call it, honestly, Jeff, I would call it the ancestors that are so far back that were on top that thought, okay, for our own protection, it's better if we just don't change. You know what I mean? People who died long ago, and now it's just a thing. It's just like it's literally like a breeding trait. You know what I mean? That we look for. I don't know. Like it's something.
Are you advocating for breeding outside of the conventional window, or are you
advocating for
I can't tell what your
I'm really not. I'm just trying to ask why do we care? You know what I mean? Like if the royals are doing that, or if that's
I don't know
who
that
cares.
I think I think the caring happens on an individual level. Like some women don't mind
I hear you that, yeah.
breeding later, and
like
some
that.
people it's really important to do it in a certain window. But I don't think beyond that. I certainly don't. I don't even think about it ever. I don't care at all.
Well, the Quran says second cousins are okay, but I think it also is a genetic thing. Whereas if you have too much inbreeding, you get one expression that's really just dominant, and you grow like a friggin' like a super chin, and then you start looking weird, stuff like that.
Well, we need human honestly, biodiversity,
right?
But again, like you're talking about people who thought of like, okay, Jesus, this nose or that nose, looks fucking more looks better, pointier or whatever. No, man, seriously. So they bred that way because they thought that was more attractive. And honestly, I'm pretty sure this is the shit that makes us white. You start bringing in this larger nose that is in this situation. That is
how do you plan for that? It's just random genetics. How do you plan?
It's
for
not.
That?
It's more than appearance too. It's it's mental capacity. It's
sure
personality traits, things like that.
Is that why like the rich people try to make sure their kids marry other fancy rich people with good genes?
Probably.
I think so. Like Como married a Kennedy.
There's still no guarantee. I mean, look at Trump's kid. Like he's definitely near. He belongs in here. The young one, Barron.
Maybe.
But
yeah, you need that diversity in order to not gain too much of a expression that's too overbearing, and then that becomes a liability and not a asset.
I'm so glad I don't have to worry about all this. My hats go off to all of you that do.
Yeah, so I mean, the reason I came up was just to say, the two-party system I think is still good and viable in the United States, because when we have the emergency mandate, whatever that probably that'll happen, whatever, if it does, whatever, then at least you know who the guy still is in charge. At like 50, at least 50% of the country like voted for the guy instead of just like 30%. So that's why the two-party system is better than the
because it's more, you get more consensus with a
yeah,
larger
you
party.
get more cohesion, I think.
Yeah.
You only have two choices, but if SHIT hits the fan, then then at least 50% of the country was behind that person, and so it's a lot easier to not complain about whatever that guy's going to do or not do, or guy or girl or whatever's going to do or not do during an emergency situation.
I'm seeing what okay, what are you what is that?
It's my desk.
Oh, it looked like a chat. Like, I didn't know where you were. You were on a pirate ship or something. And that's
I made this desk.
Yes.
I cut these trees. I cut this shit down myself, and I flattened the
wow.
wood, and I've been carving into it, and most of it's covered, because I'm just working on this piece right here, right now. This shit here is.
Oh, you're still working on it. You do it with your
lighter,
lighter?
and then I use it for shading so that I can see what I'm carving into.
Oh wow.
There's not enough
really
light
cool.
right now. It's better during the day, and you can actually see some of the stuff I've actually done.
Oh, nice. Very cool. Thanks for showing us.
This used to be the spot where my cat used to lay, but my cat is gone now.
How much money you got there?
$1, I'm sure.
Just kidding.
Yeah, to me, it's like I see it like a board game, and our board. This is our rule for. We have a whole gaming system, and you can't look at another board game and say, "Oh, I like the way they do this one part. Let's come change this little part of our system." That way, you have to. It's a separate system. You have to just work with the system you have and redesign it from within. I don't think we can just take an idea from another system and graft it onto ours like a multi-party system. I think it would have to happen another way from within.
I mean, we technically do have multi-parties, but you have to meet the qualifications to end up on the ballot in each state. And what happened was the Tea Party was basically infiltrated and then investigated by the IRS to the point where you became a political target if you were to become one of these third party that had any kind of traction whatsoever.
They have plenty of fringe third parties. Green Party. I see them on the ballots. No one votes for them, but I see them on the ballots all the time.
Yeah, Libertarian, Green Party.
Yeah, so we do have more than two parties. They're just not viable. Nobody takes them seriously.
They're obscure,
but they're certainly allowed.
Yeah, you got, as long as you meet the qualification for that state, then yes, you can. But
so it's not a structural issue. It's political will. This reflects us as Americans that we don't. It's just not important enough to us to push all these extra parties.
Let's just say the Democrats and the Republicans were like indistinguishable at some point, and they were totally against, helping the environment whatsoever. Then maybe the Green Party that would have enough people join it to become like the
like a new
Democrat
party
versus the
Republican. It would take an
issue
that none of the existing parties could address, and if
it would
this
take a
third
real
party
big
could,
issue like that.
Yeah, I see something like that.
But it's also like dissuaded now because you had the Tea Party like growing in numbers and everything back in like 2012-ish or whatever.
2009, I remember it.
Yeah, and they had
grew
that
up overnight. Like it seemed astroturfed.
Yeah, and because they found some, IRS, shenanigans going on with they're trying to basically, I think, just blow it up with their status as 501c3, all this other legislation that just passed, and there's a whole congressional hearing and all this other stuff, and so basically now no one wants to become a political target because then you're going to have to face what Donald Trump's going through right now.
Yeah, but
going through?
I don't know how much of that is victim and how much of that is Trump giving people a reason to put him what he's going through now too. We'll find out. But Trump is not
gets what he deserves.
Innocent. Like I don't see it as persecution so much as I see it as our Justice Department at work.
It's everything he wants.
Do what?
Trump gets what he wants, right? Like that's, and usually what he wants is not always good for him. Sometimes it's like.
Well, he tries to get. I'll give him that. He's very good at making every attempt to get what he wants, but he doesn't.
And most people go, "What the fuck is wrong with this person? Why does he want this so badly?" Right? Like I think
it's just like he's just testing it. Like he just has to have his will. It doesn't even matter what the thing is.
Exactly. What the fuck is that about? That is some weird macho bullshit, right?
It's normal for what his personality type, like a narcissist, and how he developed in childhood. It's very toddler. I mean, it's a very, as babies, we all want what we want when we want it.
So he was broken. Is that what you're saying? Somebody broke him already?
I'm sure he had.
You can't fix that.
Didn't he? Like he had, is with Fred Trump? Didn't, like, I don't know. I thought he had like a mafia childhood or something.
I have no idea. I don't know
that his father was some.
EBT told me that his dad got rich selling horse meat in California, so I believe that's probably true.
That would be hilarious. If it's not true, we could start.
Wow, in 1927, Fred Trump was arrested at a Ku Klux Klan parade, but there is no conclusive evidence that he supported the organization. He was just at the parade.
Well, didn't Trump? I mean, that was part of what made him appealing, was the fact that he fits so well with like the KKK and somehow the Black Panther type people. You know, like it's he's somehow.
I think that was a narrative. I never saw Trump as racist. Like he's not somebody
I never did either.
With racism.
I'm not calling him racist at all. I just feel like he fits so well in all these weird categories that even hate each other. Because they all just kind of
people are trying to use him for their own purposes. They're all
right. They all want to see the world burn, man.
Yeah, because he's a fight. They see him as a fighter that's going to go in there and fight for their agenda.
Yes, damn good at it.
I kind of see him. I mean, I hope he does a little bit fight for mine.
And they attach to him. He doesn't attach to them.
Yeah,
that's true.
I mean, I think he's aware of like where his base is, like who to play to get like narcissistic supply. He knows which groups to get that from when he needs it. So he's kind of aware of who his base is. But I think you're right. They're much more. They need him more than he needs them.
I mean, I really think that really all he wants is the 80s back, where we had strong manufacturing in our country and it was gung ho. You know.
He wants the 80s back. Dude, that is the... You should have just stopped right there. He wants the 80s back. And you just dead silence right there and you would have won. Right there. Yes, he wants it. Did you guys... What was that? Future Man? You ever watch that? You might not physically like the show, but their rendition of the 80s, I feel like that's what Trump wants right there.
Oh. You guys want President Blythe the Fourth back, huh?
Is that who he is?
William Jefferson Blythe the Fourth.
Jefferson Blythe the
Fourth. I don't remember what he.
Clinton.
About.
Bill Clinton. That's his real name.
I don't want them. I want new. I want Dolbez. I want PFU. I want some new, fresh future. I want the future. I don't.
I want somebody young.
I'll see what I can do.
I want somebody like we're a fucking young country again. Somebody who's goddamn young and not so fucking old that they're just gonna buy their way in.
Hell, I would almost maybe even take Lib at this point.
Me too, goddamn it.
No.
We would be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, out of all the Democrats that ran, I'm talking about early on, and all the Republicans that ran, nobody reached out and just made me think that'd be the one. That'd be the one.
Gavin Newsom
Never
probably has the
happens.
charisma.
Until Trump, or not even Trump.
No, I'm saying disregard Trump.
Oh, okay.
I'm talking about the people that were thinking about or did initially try to run in the primaries.
Oh, you mean this year for this election?
Yeah,
None of
on
them
either
excited.
on either side, nobody excited me.
I liked DeSantis for a while. I'm sorry he fizzled like he did. I had hopes for him.
What did he
Yeah,
do?
Daniel, you're absolutely right. They are black holes of insecurity. That is the core of narcissism. It's a grandiose facade.
What is?
Narcissism.
Oh,
sorry to call y'all out and put y'all on blast, but
I don't think there's really a Democratic primary going around, or if it has, it's been pretty quiet. You know, like I haven't heard Bernie campaigning or anything.
No, it really for this election, 2020, it's been suspiciously quiet, way quieter than I thought this year would go.
Well, did you hear what Biden told the press the other day?
Maybe what?
I can't.
He told them not to cover this as an election year. Instead,
what were they trying to cover?
The Biden and Trump, you know, the usual presidential stuff they cover when people
like not anything specific. Just don't cover me at all.
Don't cover. Yeah, cover the trials only.
That's stupid. Like the press is gonna not cover stuff.
I know. It made no sense.
That's free press, though. That's like free. That's the same thing that happened to Hillary when she was under the under interrogation about Benghazi. She was getting prime time press coverage at that time for free.
Yeah, she didn't do herself no favors with that coverage. That's for sure.
Right. But it was still free coverage. You know, it was campaigning for her, except Comey, I guess, you know, kind of screwed that up for the Democrats, supposedly.
I think she was done before then. Yeah.
So they're just going to give Donald Trump free press. He's not going to have to pay for any advertising or whatever. They're just going to cover these trials and how ridiculous they are. Of course, they'll lie and slant and legalese and bullshit their way through the coverage, but it's still going to be coverage of Donald Trump.
Well, probably that's what do you want them to not cover it? The trials?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure. I'm voting for Joe Biden. I mean,
you are really? Oh,
yes, I am.
Why?
I can't fault someone either way. I can see reasons for both, so I can't really fault someone either way for their vote this year.
Why? Because I think there's more EBTs in this country than there are me, and so we deserve Joe Biden.
What's EBT?
That mean?
It means he's dumber than brick, and I'm smarter than a brick.
Was you talking to him when he was drunk?
Oh,
yeah,
EBT.
Probably.
Okay.
Enslaved by Tortilla or enslaved by truth or whatever his name is.
Right.
So wait, what you said? There needs more EBTs or less? What did you say about EBT?
There's more EBTs than there are me, so we deserve Joe Biden.
What's an E?
Why did Biden
you voting
choose
for
that?
Biden?
Am I voting? Yeah, I'm voting for Biden because we deserve him.
Is the EBT voting for? I don't understand the EBT.
Does he deserve you?
Yeah, he's voting for Joe Biden.
He is voting for Biden?
Yes.
Oh, okay. And
he's definitely not voting for Trump. I mean, apparently these
I don't know him. I know very little about him.
He got you fooled,
Beaver Chuck gas station, like military base camp, whatever, like in the mascot Beaver, this Chucky's or whatever, like gas station. He has a red cap on, and so it's a whole it's a conspiracy or something because he's got a MAGA hat on. It's not a MAGA hat, but it's like a red hat. It's so out there, dude. We've earned Joe Biden.
I'm not following.
No, I'm not following you. I'm confused.
Is this a troll?
You're making statements that, like, I get it, I follow, but I don't. It's like you're missing something. Why? Why
Are
does
you
this
voting for
change
Biden
that?
as a troll vote?
Yeah, it's a troll vote because the proletariat are so stupid they deserve to be run into the ground.
Well, damn. I'm glad we could count on you.
Who is so stupid?
The proletariat.
The proles. The working class. Us. The non-bougies. DaFreak included.
Fucking hate that word, bougie.
Class traitor.
I love to be bourgeoisie. It's a dream.
This is my mother's favorite word.
Well, I honestly don't. I have most of my friends and family are actually, and I don't. Culturally, I just don't fit in with it. Economically, it's not like financially, it's nice, but there's some cultural expectations or mores or etiquette that go with it that seem to keep me out of it.
You know, it reminds me of the time of, like, I mean, not that I was there or anything, but like you read about, the Dark Ages versus the Renaissance in Europe. And, you have like the drunken heathen, just ignorant, toothless.
That's how you see the pros.
That's how I'm seeing America now, versus the Renaissance people where they actually created art.
Hillary would have a lot to talk about.
So that's the way I'm seeing it now. Like we have fallen so far, and the education system is so disastrous that, I mean, it's almost like you have to break it all the way down now to fix it.
I don't think it's look at Dolbez is Norwegian, but look at there are people I'm seeing on YouTube that call into panels and stuff that are young and brilliant. Like I still have hope for the next generation.
Are you saying that being a Norwegian is a detriment in this regard?
No, like I was trying to use
That's
you
what I
as an
heard too.
example.
Don't let him lie to you. That's what I heard
You're not
too.
a product of our education system, so I couldn't.
Yeah,
I
understood what he
people
said.
like Dolbez. The
Me
future
too.
is bright, but America had nothing to do with that. So,
well, I know a few young kids, Americans, who are smart. You just gotta motivate them, because a lot of them wants to move out of America. Like the vast majority of people my age who I know who are American or are really smart, they want to move out.
Yeah, they're too old already.
Well, we'll take all of your really smart immigrants.
All smart Europeans go to America. All smart Americans go to Europe. We'll get a brain switch. That's
fine with it. Then you're Asians and Indians too, and you're Africans.
The Democrats, the way they're going, you're not even going to be able to keep 51% of your income if you're, a multimillionaire. Like, that's the whole reason to stay here. Well,
fortunately,
anyway.
That's something I don't think I'll ever have to worry about. So I don't.
Yeah,
I'm telling you.
Our whole selling point was you can keep 51%. You can keep 51% of what you make, and and that's better than anywhere else in the world. But that's going to probably not be the case here real soon, if it's not already the case.
Well, remember,
out of my world. I don't. That's so removed.
It was close to 75% before tax on the rich.
Wow. Yeah, that was back in like World War I and II and stuff.
No. It's been fairly recent. Yeah. I have to look it up.
And each state taxes differently too, so it's not even just Fed.
Yeah. And death tax and everything else, and so it's like.
So I looked up the IRS tax bracket, the current ones, and the highest one is 578,000, and up is 37%. So that's as high as it goes currently.
Yep.
Yeah, but you have additives, you have different things.
And you have to make over $500,000 to even get that.
I don't have to worry about that one.
Washington State have a state tax?
No, there's no income tax, but I did have to file for my business. They do have business taxes. So unless you own a business, you don't have to file anything with the state.
I think every state's got a business tax.
Probably. And then the county does that property tax thing where they have to. So like people that complain about having to pay tax on property for my business, this microphone, this computer, this mouse, all of this, I get re-taxed on every year by the county as part of my business properties. I have to pay this. I paid for this laptop. I own it, but I still have to continue to pay tax on it because I use it for my business. And that's one of the privileges of owning a business.
Don't you depreciate?
Yeah, it does depreciate each year, but it's not like pay once and for all and you're done. It's still taxed. It's still taxed as property. As part of it. So that is part of like the people that complain about that. That is just a basic part of doing business in the U.S. So
only the percentage that you use that computer for business. If you use it for personal, it doesn't. You don't count.
Well,
that.
they have a system they use to determine. All I have to do is report what the property is, and they determine all that. And then they send me like a assessment.
Think about this, Jeff. Think about if you put that asset tax on the government itself.
You'd be defeating the purpose.
What do you mean if I put it on the government?
The government taxes its own assets, generates free cash.
No. That means you're going to be paying more to cover the government budget.
How do you tax your own assets? Like,
no, like if every property the government owns,
I don't know that they don't.
If you tax that asset, you could generate cash, free cash, basically, and it works out because if a state, when states take over each other in war and stuff, what do they actually take over? They take over the state assets,
and then they sell them off.
It actually could work.
No,
well, we're not in a war.
Saying conquer one of the other states and have them work as slaves.
I'm just talking about basic.
This is a code.
Taxes.
Right, but we're talking about government assets like property, their buildings, their cars, their computers.
Well, those are the government. Those are our assets.
Those would be our taxes.
Right. It's free money.
No, our taxes would go up in order to cover.
Are you saying the government should just tax themselves instead of taxing people?
There you go. Tax government assets.
If you want free money, that's stupid. If you want free money, all they have to do is take back all the businesses that really shouldn't be businesses in the first place, like the fucking railroads and all that shit that made fucking people so stupid wealthy in the first place. And that would mean that the government would have to actually work for its fucking people, and it doesn't.
You don't think
the people would have to take it back?
If you have a fiat currency that's based on nothing, and the only thing of value worth taking in your country is the government assets, if you wanted to employ state policy, well, then it makes perfect sense.
The government has already sold those things so that you can't take them. That's the point. So the Rockefellers and all those fucking people, man.
Rockefellers don't own the IRS.
People who were born long before that it's all changed hands. It's not theirs to tax anymore because it's what I'm saying. And they're not going to tax them like you want because that's not the point of it. That was never the goal in the first place.
Anyway, that's a solution no one else will think of, but there you go.
Tax yourself.
Tax the government assets.
But we would have to pay for it.
Why?
Because we are the government.
But the assets have value. And so if you tax that value, it's just generating free cash.
No, it's not.
You're killing me, man. You're killing me. You're not making any sense here. You're just going in circles.
The way it is now, we're at a poker table, and the government is the dealer. And every time the antes go up, and the what do you call it? The ante and the
pot.
Where you have the big and the small friggin' I forget what they're called.
You bet?
The ante and the I forgot what they're called, but basically
the pot.
Yeah.
You got a pot of
but
money.
it's like the guy who gets the last card.
God,
the guy
man, you're
before
killing
him.
me. How high
So
are you?
anyhow,
You can tell me.
The dealer is taking all the
I took
antes
the law off my name.
and priced this out of the game. That's the problem. The bet post and the antes,
That's funny.
Yeah, it'll work. And it wouldn't take a whole lot to do on the balance sheet either. It would just be a matter of, changing the accounting, and then government could claim depreciation, and it's even more cash. It would be perfect.
No.
I agree with you. We should probably go in that direction, but I don't think you've thought this out, man. I don't think this is a well thought out plan.
Anything the government has to pay comes back on us. They get their money from
the
us.
taxes they're going to have to pay on
own-
their own asset. They're going to have to tax us to pay those taxes.
They already own that asset, like that computer of yours, Jeff, right? They have computers in their buildings. They could tax that computer, and that's just generating cash for the government because they already own it.
You're not making any sense.
That's like paying yourself. Are you just saying take the money?
Yeah.
How does the money grow? You're just taking existing money and moving it around. How do you?
He just wants to print money.
No,
Copy
you
machines
tax
will make money now, man.
Do government buildings have value? If they wanted to sell it on the real estate market, could they sell a government building?
Speaking of buildings, in St. Louis, there's 2 huge skyscrapers that sold for $250 million a piece. They just sold them. They just sold them recently for $4 million.
Whoa! No way.
Yes, wait. Downtown is gone.
St. Louis?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That's scary,
awesome.
Chuck.
They never came back from the COVID. And from the
it never did.
Yeah, it never bounced back because
At the same
everybody
time,
left.
I don't think I think it's gonna keep still going down. You know what I mean? Like, it's still not right to buy. I'd still wait till things hit a lower. But yeah,
I don't know, because the wealthy people, a lot of the wealthy people's wealth is tied up in real estate. So if they see that real estate value going down, it's going to be a panic for them.
I don't think people that wealthy, they don't panic.
No, and they don't have all their money tied up in one asset.
Is that what this is about? They like worry that the wealthy have an outsized.
Not gonna have enough to buy things. Just buy an election.
Like
I'm just saying how their ego works.
You, then you have to affect them, so you're at their mercy.
If their real estate goes down, their wealth goes down, their ego feels some kind of way, and that's a problem.
Why? What are they going to do? Terrorize?
They're going to feel less rich, and they're going to feel less secure, and they're going to feel like they need to vote for Donald Trump.
Oh, okay.
I mean, the fact of the matter is, real estate has not been going down. I mean, maybe there's a little bit of a 10% or 15% in this market or that market, but overall, it generally just keeps going up, which is probably inflated in a bubble, but it's just that's the most attached thing that rich people have their wealth tied into is real estate.
Florida and Texas is already having to cut. People selling houses are having to take a 50% loss on what their asking price was.
Yeah, it's a terrible time to sell.
Yeah,
because they overinflated during COVID.
That and the Fed rate keeps going up to actually get a loan. Went from 3% to like 8%. That's a big difference.
For a mortgage, you mean?
Right.
Yeah, I got mine at 1.75, I think.
Wow. No, I'm not talking about selling off the government buildings. I'm saying they should tax the asset, just like you get a property tax bill for your local school, your local school, whatever, tax the government building itself like they would tax your property, and it's
so they would
cash
pay
generation.
themselves.
Yeah,
No,
it's free money.
the money would come from us to cover the
Why?
tax.
Where does the free
They're
money
taxing
come
the
from?
value of the
They're
asset.
using their existing budget to pay themselves. How is that free money?
They're using the value of the asset to generate cash.
Generate how? They're going to print cash based on the value of the asset?
They're going to tax the banks.
There you go. You're on a
Assets
fiat. You're on a
depreciate.
fiat system anyway, right? So if your city municipality building is worth, let's just say, $1 million for nice and easy terms, then you tax that based on whatever the rate is or whatever for that county, and you just add that to the budget of the government. Because if you lose that asset in war or something, that's what they take over anyway, is that asset.
But we're not going to have a war over here.
Right, but that's the way to tie it to that's the way to collaterally tie it to the value that it's generating of the cash.
I'm quite sure people smarter than any of us have thought of this, and yeah, take care, Dolbez.
I don't think
and
so.
have had reasons why it's not. That's not how we do.
I think we're the only ones thinking about this.
Probably.
And why do people hate rich people so bad?
Yeah, I notice a lot.
They
Centralization of power is the only thing I could think of.
They made their money the same way we make ours. $1 at a time.
Today,
I don't even care how they made it, as long as they're like decent people. As long as they're not breaking the law, and living like citizens, like following the guidelines of the U.S. I don't care how they made it.
Also, if you did tax the government assets, then you have an automatic balanced budget. Anything after that would be a tax on the people, but that would be after that.
I still don't know how you tax yourself, how you pay your own self. Where does the new money come from?
It comes out of our pocket.
Go ahead, Chuck.
It would come out of our pocket. We're responsible.
Why?
We're responsible for covering the government.
Well, where will it come from? That's what we're trying to figure out.
The government asset. Does the government asset have value? Could it be rented out as something else? That's depreciation. That means that you can take that value and you can make cash. You could generate cash from it. Okay. So instead of the government,
they pay 37%. I just looked it up. They pay a higher rate than any of us. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the government as a property owner.
DaFreak, not you. I'm talking about people.
Okay, Jeff. So, let's just say you were in a government building right now, and that computer you're on is a government computer. All right, and it's time for your taxes to be done like you do normally with your business. You would do it the same way, except you would just do it on your own equipment instead of the people's equipment.
But how do you pay yourself? Like where does the money come from to pay the tax?
He doesn't know, Jeff. He doesn't know.
The computer is sitting there, isn't it?
Doesn't know.
Where does the money come from?
It comes
the computer is sitting in front of you, isn't it?
The Benjamins, the money. Where does that come from?
It was paid for already when you bought the asset.
I'm so confused. I'm not a stupid person, but I'm
not following this at all.
Like say, okay, I bought the computer, let's say 5 years ago, and let's say I paid $1,000 for it. So they're gonna assess it, and maybe they'll say it's worth $500. So your share of it is $10. So you owe us $10 for the depreciated value of this computer. That money has to come from somewhere. So I have to go to my bank account and get the $10 and hand it to the government. So where's the government going to get their $10 from to hand to themselves?
It's there, isn't it? The computer it's a real tangible.
They're going to get it from the computer. They're going to turn the computer into cash and hand it to themselves. That's the part I'm not understanding.
But you can print money like they do now.
They're going to print money.
Well,
so they're going to assess the value of their asset, the depreciated value, by the way. So it'll be less than the year before. And then they're going to go to a machine and just print out that amount of money and hand it to themselves.
There you go.
Okay. Well, thank
then
you.
Devalue
for sharing
the value of the money.
Your thought.
the money's already being devalued. As long as we have the Second Amendment, we're the reserve.
That's what the rich people are for. If they don't spend it and they just keep accumulating everything that they print, it doesn't fucking matter. Nothing changes. It's just a number in that one person's bank account.
There's plenty of buildings that are not.
So they're going to print this money and infusing the economy, and then the inflation's going to go up.
Well, they just can't give it to you. They just have to give it to that one guy, whoever that one guy is. Maybe it's Trump. I don't fucking know.
It's the government.
It would go to the Treasury.
I took high school civics or something, and I served in student government a little bit, and then I did some political advocacy. That's about my extent of politics. But the little I remember from that, something about this is just not.
How about this?
Matching
Why do you
or
have to
making
pay taxes on your computer as a government as a business asset, but the government doesn't have to pay any taxes on any of its assets?
Even
the government is who you pay the taxes to.
And
right,
even if the government had to pay
asset
taxes,
is still there. The asset still has value.
I pay the taxes on this just like people pay taxes on their home. Every year, the property tax. It's a business version of that.
Exactly. So why doesn't the government do the same thing and generate cash?
Because we would have to pay it.
You said the way they're going to generate the cash, according to you, is they're going to print it. They're going to assess their assets and then go print that amount of cash.
All right. So you want his point to be valid? You want a valid point? Because he's not really wrong. That's the fucked up shit. So, okay. So what he's saying is sell the future. Not assets, not anything. Just sell the future. Fuck it. Because it doesn't really matter as long as we're still all making the food and all the shit. If the amount of products don't change, then the amount of cash doesn't really fucking matter as long as there's enough for everyone to keep buying it. And the buying is what matters. And especially if you honestly believe there's a long enough timeline to where it won't fucking matter. You know, if there's, I don't know, robot slaves or just whatever. Someday it's all Star Trek and something is made. It doesn't, as long as your future includes a reason to not need money at all, then he's not wrong. Sell the future. Fuck it. The future will fix it.
I still understand like the printing money thing. If we can just print money, why do we even have to bother with the tax charade?
Because he's saying give it to everyone so everyone can buy the goddamn products.
Like a UBI?
Yes, I don't. You ask him, man. I'm just trying to make it a valid point.
I'm open to UBI.
Let me try to come up with another analogy.
Okay, while you're doing that, I'm gonna go pee.
Yeah. It's a good time. Let him think. Give him some time.
All right. So let's just say you have the White House. Okay. The White House is a government asset. It has value. You could rent it out. You could use it for storage. You could whatever. In the real estate business market, those are all viable things. Mm-hmm. If you tax that asset, if it was a private company that owned it, it's the same thing. You're just doing it to the government because those assets have value. Somebody would seize those assets in a war. They wouldn't just leave them go, or they wouldn't just sell them off to the next Donald Trump. So if those things have value, if those assets have value, then they could be taxed.
Yeah, but they'd have to actually give them to somebody to tax first. And I don't disagree.
You tax the value.
The government shouldn't own anything.
You tax the value. You don't tax the. You tax the value of the asset. You don't tax the.
It only works if that asset is making money in some way to tax, or a product or something. It has to physically bring something tangible to the table unless you're selling the asset, is what they're saying.
Well, you have your county assessor's office doing that for every property in the county. Just do it for the government too. It's the same thing. Tax the government assets.
Dennis,
They have
you're not high
value.
enough.
They're real tangible things.
Not for this. Nobody is. I'm not.
It'll work.
No,
It would
But
work.
we
It doesn't
provide
make
the
any sense.
money to the government
nonsense.
to run. So therefore, we would have to pay their tax bill.
Why? Because why would we have to pay on the value of the asset? It's already there. They don't have to buy new assets.
No, man. It's not what I would do.
Anyway, but like if you're talking about just printing money, you can go look at the Fed and what they did during the C-19 and whatever. They were anticipating bailing out corporations preemptively, so they were already printing off $500 billion preemptively to bail out half of Wall Street at a certain point in time. I think they did that like 3 times actually, if I remember right, James Powell or whatever. It's pretty crazy. And that was before any of these legislative bills were passed that initiated more printing by the Fed. So it's already out of control. Now you might as well hold your feet to the fire and tax the government assets. That way they actually retain value, are valuable, and if someone were to invade our country like China or somebody, those are the buildings, those are the things that they would take over anyway. Not our homes, not our things.
There
They would
wouldn't
take
be
government
anything
state-controlled
left.
things so that they can implement their state policy.
Are these your thoughts in any way, or is this like something you heard from somebody else?
No, this is mine.
Really? Like, it doesn't feel thought out, man.
Maybe that's proof that it's mine.
All right. Well, I can't argue that. Good job. Proud of you. You killed it.
It would work.
Yeah,
There might be a kink here and there, but it would work.
Oh, I mean, yes, I agree in the sense if you understand that we're just selling the future to do that. Like, it would work.
And understand that these buildings, these assets of the government have value. That's what it really comes down to. It's not like they're just sitting there valueless. No, we bought them. They have value. They're there. They're being used. Tax those things too. Why does Jeff have to have his computer taxed every year?
And it's just a number in a fucking database. I get you. And all you're really doing is then saying, okay, well, I'm going to pretend that it comes from here, or however, even if it does, like you're still like Chuck said, you're increasing the amount that's in circulation.
It's an assessed tax. It's an assessed value tax that generates free cash, basically.
Yeah, because you're printing it anyway.
No, we would have to pay the tax.
Nah, we're just printing it. I mean, he's
not when as long as the asset has value, you don't have to, because you're generating the value of that cash and that value in that cash to cash. Excuse me.
Inevitably, look, Chuck. Inevitably, okay. What he's saying is they're taking it from Jeff, right? Inevitably, Jeff is
only if Jeff makes money on that product.
Okay, well, either way, whatever they're taxing him, they're taking it from somebody else. He's saying, stop taking it from them. What's the difference? They're just going to buy things or whatever that's going to take it out of circulation anyway. I mean, what did they really change? The amount of stuff? What has to be transported on this fucking train? Or you know what I mean? Like how much stuff to a specific area? All that shit is just numbers anyway. Again, he's not wrong.
And if we were to be taken over by another country in state war, those are the things they would take over anyway to implement their state policy. They wouldn't take our homes; they would take the government buildings.
And we would be stronger as individuals because of it.
Yeah,
I hear you, but at the same time, if we do not someday reach a point where money is useless, You know what I mean? You're just gonna. This problem will just get bigger of a number that it's like
Yeah,
we're never gonna
you'll
deal
be
with
like Germany in World War II, where it took a wheelbarrow of money to buy a loaf of bread.
that. No,
We're already heading that
no,
way, but as long as we have the Second
won't
Amendment in
happen.
this country, we're going to be the reserve, and there's no way around that.
That's true too. But we'd have to be invaded by another country. Who the fuck's
And
gonna
that's not
invade
going
us?
to happen.
It's never gonna happen.
And if they do, they'll do so much damage. They'll have to inflict so much damage to this country in order to get it.
Yeah, it's fucking absurd. We are literally more likely to burn it all down, taking it from each other. And then it's not going to be the government buildings; it'll be your home.
That's one good thing about foreign investment is, so many different places own a lot of different chunks of our country, or real estate and stuff, that you don't blow up what you own.
Well, you may burn
I
it to the
don't think
ground if
there's
you have to
that much
retreat.
of it owned by foreign countries.
There's probably enough to ask a Chinese person to choose between his pride and his money, and see how long it takes him to answer.
It'll be pride every fucking time.
Which
Or
is
you
like
don't know them.
Arkansas. Arkansas passed that law where Chinese could not own property.
Probably because they were buying everything up.
The ones that did, they had to sell it.
Real Chinese.
Wow, that's surprising. Were these like government, like CCP tied government?
I have no idea who the people were. I
that's
just
kinda
know
crazy.
Arkansas passed the law.
That's kind of crazy.
It worked, apparently.
I wonder if it was Walmart or something like.
Oh, let's see. We have Denizen here. Is the United States government corrupt? All governments have the potential to have some corruption in it. So I don't think it's an absolute.
I don't think the government is. I think the
individuals
bureaucracy is.
I think individuals are corrupt, and there's going to be corrupt individuals everywhere. It's just that how the extent of the corruption. But I think the government itself is remarkably uncorrupt the majority of the time, like usually.
I think they hide
operation
behind the corrupt individuals and say it's them, and then give them the power.
That sounds
just like they sell off their assets so they can't fucking tax them.
The political class running the government is corrupt.
Do what?
The political class running the government is corrupt.
I don't know what a political class in America. We are all a political class, like at least those who vote.
We got the best system in the world.
The generational political bureaucrats.
So again, it comes down to like a concern over rich people or wealth or oligarchy or wealth and power.
There's nothing wrong with wealth and power and things like that when it's not tied into cronyism or nepotism. I think
every single person, Daniel Price, every single person, decades upon what a bleak. I must have missed it because I didn't like my life has been pretty good. So the corruption is working for me, I guess. That's just how does someone come to the conclusion that the majority of people in government are all corrupt and have been for decades and decades and decades? That is some black-pilled shit.
It's probably more the upper echelon, the fraternity of the upper echelon political class, the multi-generational bureaucrats and politicians that are all greasing each other and running businesses and contracting.
And you don't think they're constrained by our current system of checks and balances and regulations?
To a point, but they know how to game the system.
Yeah, to a point. But that point is at an equilibrium that has worked comfortably for long. Like I don't understand the big
like
issue with
Dr.
it.
Fauci,
It seems like a normal political system with a normal amount of corruption and backdealing and
The
whatever.
normal
It's
amount
more
of
or less
corruption.
working for the people. I don't understand
it's
most of the
like Dr.
criticism.
Fauci having a monetary interest in getting a
I
certain
don't
drug
care.
approved.
I just don't care. I would have to sit and deliberately get myself worked up about that. When I could just like relax and enjoy my life and not even be concerned with that.
Yes, I hear that, Jeff.
This is internet fed
um,
like angst and paranoia.
Well, I mean, the problem is, okay, there's going to be some gaming, there's going to be some corruption, it's tolerable, whatever. But when you're talking about something like the CIA, when they're meddling in foreign affairs of other countries so much that it makes every one of us look like garbage, that's a problem, in my opinion.
What do you do about it?
What do you do about it? You disband the DOJ completely, and you don't hire one person back.
I don't. That doesn't sound realistic to
The
me.
CIA is not the DOJ.
Well, it falls under the
fine,
umbrella
man.
of the DOJ.
No, it does not.
And everyone will say that so calmly and so easily, DaFreak, that like that's the problem. But then you have something like fucking 9/11 or some little attack, and I know 9/11 is not little. I shouldn't say that. But the other side of the fucking world is getting attacked constantly. Every fucking day. There's always some bombing here or something that doesn't make it into our news because it's nothing to them. It happens all the fucking time. You know, but we meddle in affairs because they've gotten too much power because that shit happens if we don't. You know what I mean? Like we're just floating on the wind. You know,
So
that's everything you're saying tonight is just floating on the wind.
So Syriana, the movie Syriana, where it says, you know, we win because of the corruption.
I remember the
thing
movie.
is, it's gotten so corrupted and quad agency, like it's.
I
so
don't think it's
separate.
as rotten
Devil
from
doesn't know
the
what's going
inside
on
as you
anymore.
think it is. I don't see the rot that you see. I just don't. I guess it depends on where you look. Is it a case of you see what you look for?
Yeah, I mean, sure. What about Ray Epps, January 6th? Conspiracy theory?
What
Or
about?
just,
I don't care about that.
Ray
They've been through
Epps.
their trials. They've been sent. I don't care about. That's a dead issue for me.
All right, so
that's what I'm saying. I have you have to go find little breadcrumbs and fan them and work them up into a narrative to start getting suspicious about. And I don't have the motivation or the energy.
You're talking about political corruption in your system. You're talking about political prosecution in a country that's not the USSR.
Okay, but we're also about levels and scales of it. And Ray Epps is not enough to have me paranoid that our system is corrupt beyond repair. It just is not.
Well, there's a problem, you know. There's problems. And if you want to correct the political prosecution going on, you have to basically clean house.
We do that every election. That's our opportunity to clean house, and I participate every year. I vote, so I'm going to do my part.
So if you look back, this last election, 2020 election, 2018 election, 2016 election, those are the known elections that we know for a fact on paper in court per congressional hearing that the FBI has meddled in our own elections. That's not.
I don't know that. I don't know that. I don't know that. You'll have to send me. I'm telling you. You telling me is not enough for me to count.
I'm not going to produce the proof because if you don't know that, then you're just putting your head in the sand.
Okay, DaFreak, you're better than this. Like you've made claims before and supported them, and all of a sudden it's like if you don't know this, you're stupid. That's not worthy of.
I didn't say that. I said you're putting your head in the sand. That's more ignorance than stupid.
All I asked is, you said it's a congressional record. All I asked is for the link to show what you're talking about, and then you got defensive and like go find your own link. You have your head in the sand, and that's out of character for you.
You've got Russiagate. That was 2016, right? You've got
that started.
But what's the congressional record about the thing you just said, that the FBI interfering in an election?
Yeah, you've got Russiagate. Peter Strzok. They were meddling. They were trying to get Donald Trump. They
I
spied
don't
on
care
him. They
off
spied on his
that.
campaign.
You got to tell me something I care about.
FISA court warrants. The trial of Michael Sussman. The conviction.
Keep going.
You know, what's his name? Bull Durham, John Durham, special whatever counsel, right? There's another instance in
Not
2018.
worried about any of that. None of it's affected.
That was pretty minor. And then you had the 2020 election. Of course, there wasn't any evidence at the time because everyone was cock blocking all the investigations. But now we have.
I'm satisfied our elections are free and fair, so I'm not worried.
All right.
As I say, I could make myself paranoid and anxious if I wanted, but I'm not. I have no reason to do that about any of this stuff.
I understand. That's fine. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Just because you've never been to Egypt doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Well, there's a lot of power in paranoia. You know, like to work up your own paranoia is to start looking at the world closer. You know, more and more. So
all right, well,
whether it's valid paranoia or not.
When you have Michigan putting up cardboard in front of their election counting.
So what is your biggest fear? What's the worst case scenario that you're worried about?
What I'm worried about is, what am I worried about? I'm worried about just the slow and steady decline of our individual rights and freedoms and the implementation of the global communist social credit score and communist cubicle lifestyle that you all seem to be okay with.
I definitely am worried about a social credit score. I don't see it as a danger. Like there's nobody has been tried to implement one on me like any time anywhere that I could see that has me worried about it. But if they do, for whatever reason, yes, I will oppose a social credit score. I definitely think that's a danger, but I don't think it's a realistic danger at this point in time.
By the time that would be implemented, you wouldn't have a choice. Like, you're not going to be like, I oppose this.
Right.
You know,
I can create dystopian sci-fi scenarios to worry about. I just don't have a reason to do it. When I look out my window, I don't see that as a danger on the horizon anytime soon, so I'm not going to worry about it. It's not like a storm in the harbor headed this way, other than in your imagination.
How about the fact that, like, a couple of years ago, you couldn't barely say anything on Twitter without it being, rejected or you getting banned or something?
I said everything I want. I was on Twitter every day for like hours, like all day long, saying anything I wanted. Nobody did anything.
You never got a strike or anything?
I don't know what you were saying that they were harassing you for, but
it's a private platform. It's not an open source platform.
Right, but if you said anything like that was barely even in the real realm of real politics, you were getting a warning or we have to take this one down. You never got any of those?
No.
That's amazing.
There was one time that I shared an article about transgender something, and they said that it was disinformation or something, and they took the link down. That's the only little incident I've ever had with people trying to manage my social media.
I would say that's the exception and not the rule.
So I don't know what you were saying on Twitter to get these warnings, but I didn't get any kind of warning.
Free speech does not apply to private platforms. The government would have to take over the platform for free speech.
I mean, they did have Twitter.
Like, if you're going to do business in our country, you're going to have to abide by the Bill of Rights. That's the way I see it.
Mm-hmm.
But business law has precedent over the Constitution? That's absurd.
No.
You're really doing a number on yourself with how you interpret a lot of things you see on your internet.
I'm used to it.
The Bill of Rights has nothing to do with business. It has to do with government and the people.
Well, that's like the technical legal enforcement, but there's also the culture of free speech, which we value in America too. And I think that spills out a little more outside just the government boundaries. So when people are talking about free speech and not messing with my free speech and stuff, they're kind of talking about a bedrock American value, independent of the actual legal framework that we use to enforce it.
Well, then the platform would have to be run by the government for that to apply.
Or you'd have to be rich enough to sue them all the way to the Supreme Court that they
I mean,
are.
this channel alone should be living proof that there's very little internet censorship, because I'm surprised all the shit that's been talked about here that I haven't had a strike or the channel is still up. So it's hard for me to believe that all this censorship after I've spent years running a channel where we've talked about every taboo topic under the sun and nothing's happened.
Well, we saw in the Twitter files that Elon Musk released that the FBI and certain political figures had direct access to the Twitterverse to be able to censor whatever they wanted.
Yeah,
okay.
I followed the Twitter files closely. That was something to be concerned about. I'm satisfied that people are keeping an eye on that. Elon Musk fucked Twitter up way beyond the Twitter files anyway. So, but yeah, I remember the Twitter files. I was not.
So you see, there's this whole merging of the.
But again, even the Twitter files, it's not nothing. The Twitter files didn't keep me up at night. It didn't make me think, oh my God, we're on the verge of societal collapse and authoritarian governmental takeover. It didn't lead to the same emotional conclusion that it did for you.
But the thing is, when you have a communist-run country, that's.
But I don't think we have a communist-run country.
We're not communist.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that we do. I'm just saying, well, once you have those tentacles in there, and your state is running your media, it's a problem.
I'm not worried that we're
USSA and not the USA.
Describing. We're not even close to where you think we are.
They got exposed.
I think we're a lot closer than you think that we're not.
I don't think. I think if we are close, the biggest danger that's moving us closer is the progressive left, and that's why I'm so opposed to them. But I don't think, like, I have a good idea of the level of institutional power they have now, and I don't think it's at the level you think it is, but it's definitely a danger, and it's one that I'm concerned about too. I'm just not. I try to have my level of fear match the actual conditions on the ground.
I hear what you're saying, but it's just concerning. I'm not paranoid. I'm not fearful. I know Jesus Christ. What the hell am I afraid of? What could I possibly be afraid of?
You know what I mean? Like, very worried about a lot of things.
So like nothing frightens me or anything like in that regard. But I still want my children to have a free country and their children and everything else, and their free speech and everything else. But when you see this merging of the corporate industrial complex with the media industrial complex and the government complex, it's starting to be a problem, in my opinion.
Well, the Twitter files
for you.
Twitter files exposed that, and they corrected it.
Yeah, I don't think the problem is as much of the problem. I don't think it's a 5-alarm fire. I think it's like a maybe half alarm fire or 1 alarm fire.
Did you ever see that media clip that showed all the different media news outlets and they were all saying the same speech, and there was like hundreds of them, and it would show the little square, and then the square would turn into more little squares, and they were all saying, and they were all repeating the same paragraph, and they were all just monologuing that same, something about some, virtue signaling some sort of speech or whatever BS, communist propaganda. Did you ever see that?
I don't know. I'd have to see it to see if I saw it.
I have to try and find it.
I
mean, they're given a script. They're given a script, a narrative script, and they just run with it.
Well, then don't. If you know somebody's giving you a script and you know it's a script, then just don't follow it. You have that choice. You have that ability, especially if you're aware it's a script.
Well, sure. I guess if you want to get fired as a journalist.
Well, are you a journalist? If you don't follow the script, you're going to get fired?
Probably.
I'm talking about you in your life. If someone's trying to feed you a script, you don't have to follow it.
No, but they keep feeding us the narrative.
But just don't follow it or stop looking at it. Like, turn off the channel, whatever channel it is they're feeding you on. You have some control over that.
This is why I'm voting for Joe Biden. There's more EBT than there are me, so we earned Joe Biden. We deserve him. That's my opinion.
He just wants another slogan.
It's over.
Good one.
Appreciate your pitch.
That involves him.
We'll see how it carries. Well, I don't know. Y'all feel like wrapping up, or?
Well, I see Donald Trump accepted to do debate, but Joe Biden said no.
Oh, Trump did say, and Biden's the one. Not sure.
Yeah, the story I read.
I think a debate would be helpful to see them side by side and just kind of get a sense of what we're in for.
They did. Yeah, they didn't get to debate the last one because of Joe wouldn't get out of the basement.
Oh. Yeah, I would say Freak is righteous too. I can vouch for what little I've seen. I would feel comfortable saying that as well.
I think a lot of people get lost because they try to tie real life into movie scenarios.
Thank you.
You see that too, Jeff?
Yeah, and vice versa. Like they watch too many movies and they see it out in the real world too. It works, and that's always kind of been the relation of fiction to reality, even back in the days of myth. So, but it's just being aware of it and adjusting your reality to it.
When I say EBT, I'm meaning enslaved by truth, the YouTube broadcaster, not the
Right, that's what I thought too.
Dennison. Yeah, he probably knows that, but
yeah,
he probably is also making a political point there. So kudos.
If you take advice from EBT, might I suggest a therapist?
It's not that I'm taking his advice. It's just that I'm agreeing with the notion that there's more EBTs out there in this country than there are of, like, say,
you think there are,
like me, or like, other.
What is okay? Tell me what an EBT is.
EBT is someone who is a indoctrinated Christian who doesn't know if he's saved, but believes that he might be saved, but doesn't know for sure, which is kind of crazy for me to even fathom to begin with.
I hope he's saved, because
is definitely a anti-Trumper and thinks that Donald Trump is evil because his dad used to sell horse meat in California.
Wait a minute, EBT's a troll.
Yeah.
I mean, he comes online wearing KKK outfit.
Yeah. He tried to expose my inner Muslim by asking me what kind of sandwich, what's my favorite sandwich. And when I didn't answer right away, he was like, aha.
Well, if you're basing
well,
your
you
vote,
really are a freak.
Yeah, if you're basing your vote on that individual without doing your own homework.
Oh, I've done my homework. I mean, I think there's more EBT than there are me, and we deserve Joe Biden because of people like EBT.
So is it to punish the ignorant masses that are
the proletariat earned and deserve Joe Biden? They like Joe Biden. Let them have Joe Biden.
You're deciding what they
deserve.
deserve.
So now we're doing punishment.
Yeah, he's punishing you.
The free one.
They want Joe Biden. What am I going to stop? Why should I stop them? Let them have Joe Biden. Let them eat cake. What do I care?
Because everybody has to say so.
So I think that there's more.
It seems defeatist. It just seems like
yes.
Giving up.
Yeah.
Waited till you wanted to leave.
Is like one of my main reasons for voting for Trump.
He's negative on every viewpoint he's expressed.
What would Jesus think about that? That's not what he came here for.
What would Jesus do?
Well, it doesn't matter because Joe Biden or Donald Trump can fulfill Daniel 10 through 12, which is why I was going to vote for Trump. But I think Joe Biden could also fulfill that prophecy. So I'm okay with Joe Biden. And as a matter of fact,
I love when people like Daniel say stuff like this, like I'm ignoring stuff when they're not the ones showing me what I'm asking to see. Like they make all these claims, they don't show me anything, and then I'm the one ignoring it, even though they're not providing any evidence.
Well,
because I say so, Jeff.
do watch C-SPAN a lot.
I'm in a bubble that they could get me out of if they just show me alternative truths, but they don't ever do. But somehow I'm still the one ignoring things and willfully staying in the bubble.
Well, just like when Liv made that claim to me about Jerusalem being part of the
Denizen. It's real easy. Like, evidence is usually in the form of links. They post in the back chat or videos sometimes. So I repeatedly say it because if I had the evidence, I would have it in my history. I could show it to you. I don't have any of that. It's nowhere. Nobody posts links. Nobody shows. So yes, I repeatedly say it because it's true. Nobody provides that stuff. If they did, I would have it to show.
Okay, but you admit that the Twitter files was real, right? Do you
like Matt? Yeah, I think he's more or less credible as a journalist.
And the Russiagate thing was real, right?
I believed it at the time. I'm more skeptical now, although I wouldn't rule out some kind of influence or hanky-panky with Russia. I just don't think it was at the extent and scale that Russiagate made it seem.
Right, but what Russiagate means is that the government was actively conspiring against Donald Trump to set him up to make it look like he was in bed with Russia. Not that Donald Trump was in bed with Russia.
I don't know if I believe that either. I don't think Trump needed help to make it seem like he was in bed with Russia. I think he gave that impression all his own.
How's that?
Well, he was very close with Putin.
When? Before the election?
Yeah, and during the presidency. Like if somebody wanted to create a narrative that Trump was Putin's puppet, Trump alone made it very easy for people to do.
How's that?
Yeah, he did.
How? Like, what's the evidence?
Just Google Trump and Putin. How many times he communicated or met with Putin, like during his presidency? He was always
they met like twice. They communicated like 3 times, and he put more restriction and economic sanctions on Russia than any other president in history. How is that being all buddy with Putin?
And they've removed more diplomats too.
Because sometimes their agendas line up, and even when it looks like he's putting sanctions, doing shit like that, he's just stoking a fire.
So that's being all buddy with them. Is that
sure.
Right?
If that guy on the other side
want to go back and listen to my words, that Trump himself gave the impression that he was close with Putin. I didn't say buddy. I didn't say best friends. I said if you wanted to make a narrative that Trump was affiliated with Putin, Trump gave you enough material to do it without having to create a big conspiracy.
All right, but he wasn't affiliated. He wasn't affiliated.
Like I said more than I actually said.
But he wasn't affiliated, and all he did say was in the media.
I said the impression that he was, the narrative that he was easy to put out there because of Trump himself.
Yeah, but the narrative is false.
Now. And DaFreak got him to sound that way.
I don't know why the comprehension levels are so low right now.
But Jeff, that's the thing you just said. The narrative was false. It was a narrative.
I'm not saying if it was true. I'm saying it was an easy narrative to get people to believe because of Trump himself. I don't know why you're not tracking that. My God, it's frustrating.
Okay, but then it's been shown with evidence and hearings that was not true. Okay, that was basically Russiagate.
I said I bought into Russiagate at the time, and looking back on it, I'm more skeptical. I said all of that.
Okay. So that's one FBI meddling in the election of our country. That doesn't bother you?
The FBI meddling part.
Because they were setting up all this supposed.
Show. That's where I need post the link. Show me. Post the evidence.
You have meddling, but I'm pretty sure he means coercing, or not coercing, colluding. I'm sorry.
Fabricating evidence.
Something that ties the FBI to whatever you're saying.
The Russiagate
evidence and planting all these narratives in the media.
No, show means post the link. Okay. It doesn't mean keep talking about it.
The Steele dossier, which was what Russiagate was based on.
That was the FBI?
Yep.
No, that was done by a political guy in England.
DaFreak said the FBI was meddling in.
All right, well, let me finish. This guy gave this made-up report. He made up all these lies and sent it to Hillary's legal team, whose wife's husband worked in the FBI. She passed it on to her husband, who then fed it into the FBI system to make it look like it was something.
Okay, was that the FBI or was that this one guy doing this rogue on his own?
Okay. He gave it to the FBI, which brought in the entirety of management of FBI.
And they said, go interfere in the election. This is all like we have evidence that you can show me that they said, okay, go interfere in the election now.
Just the process.
They were surveillancing him now.
Just the process.
I am not continuing this conversation until somebody tells something, because this is all. If you're gonna tell stories and not back it up with something, then there's no point in. Y'all know my stream by now. I'm constantly asking for evidence. That's what I do here. That's kind of my brand. And so y'all are trying to convince me of something without showing me what. If you were in court, if you were a scientist, if you were a historian, you would have to show evidence to back up your claim. That's just how intellectuals work in today's society. And it's like y'all want to say the claim, not show the evidence, and then like set me up as being incredulous for not believing it. I'm asking for Denizen. I ask for evidence every time somebody makes a claim that sounds skeptical. That doesn't make sense to me. I ask for evidence. I'm pretty consistent. You can watch years and years of me on the stream doing that. So, there. Thank you, Freak. Freak posted a link to the Steele dossier, which I am currently looking at.
Oh, okay. That was the document that started the whole chain reaction, is what I was trying to get to.
I'm interested in the FBI involvement. The interference, where the FBI actively interfered in the election to sway it.
The only way I can tie it to actively interference, and it was strictly by pushing a disinformation campaign, by spouting all these false accusations.
And it was the FBI pushing the campaign?
Third paragraph.
Through what?
The third paragraph starts talking about the FBI.
So are we fighting against, them getting involved? Okay, so Russia's getting involved in our crap, or that? Yeah, I mean, we trade with these people. Well, I guess we don't trade so much of them. Why do we care?
This
this was part of a. He was using this to make a larger point that I forgot. With the larger point.
Yeah, you're right.
An example of something we were talking about.
Put it back on DaFreak. Build us a larger.
You hear people talking all the time about, your vote doesn't count. It's all rigged. Blah blah blah. These are the things that make the people think that it's all rigged and it's all for naught, is because you have your government meddling in with your own election. So how do we know that the elections are even real at this point? When you got the government, the FBI.
Jeff said he doesn't.
Denizen, you're ridiculous. All you have to do is show receipts. Like, that's just standard internet practice. And the more you argue and clown and laugh about not having to show them, the more foolish you look. Not me.
Plus, you have agents in the FBI like Peter Strzok and the lawyer Lisa Page or whatever, actively texting each other about how they're going to they're going to get him and they're going to find, they're going to set whatever they were doing. Basically, this is political prosecution. This is the type of shit that happens in communist countries like Russia. You are Russia.
I'm still trying to find the link to the FBI. Like, it was an official FBI directive to interfere with the election.
Well, you're not going to find that, because that would be illegal.
Oh, well, that's what I heard. It's amazing how the claims start one way and end up another way on here. That happens a lot. Because it started with you saying, and you can rewind the stream about the FBI.
Jeff said he didn't care.
And now it's not really interference. It's just a few FBI agents texting people on their own.
he wants to believe it this way, and DaFreak literally caught you when you wanted to go, and got you with a link, and he literally got you to do exactly what you told him you weren't going to do.
Which is what?
That is troll material right there.
Oh,
look into. You told him that
the link I was
voting
at,
and the process that we have is just fine. You literally, those were your words at one point. You told him that it was that it was good enough for you, and that you're not going to look into it any further because that's what you believe, and there's pointless. Like those, you told him you would do that. That's where you were going to stand firm, and he literally got you. You're looking at a link right now. That's literally involved in that. You told him you would not do it.
I'm not trying to.
We were talking about a different topic when I said I'm not looking into it further because I'm not interested in it. But
it doesn't matter.
Hang on. It's my turn. The reason I asked for a link was to back up the claim of the FBI interfering in elections. The link he sent me was the article from Wikipedia on the Steele dossier, which I'm looking, but I'm still not seeing anything connected.
Which all erodes.
It's not a link that provided what I asked for.
If you're gonna read it, it's all eroding the process that you said was.
I think you got fixated on something that was not. May have been contextual.
I mean, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
We were talking about a topic before this one that I was not interested in, and I kept telling him I'm not interested enough to look into it. I'm not going to do my I was about that topic.
I don't think you're giving this guy the credit he deserves.
My general approach definitely is not to not look into things.
I think this is what he wanted, and he should deserve a cookie for it because he pulled it off.
Well, I'm
not trying to chat.
I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying there's a paranoid view and there's one that's not.
System that is very concerning.
And he pushed you further and further into that paranoid view.
Officials and national elections. Twitter files. That was real.
Second ago, you were going to bed.
I read the Twitter files when they came out. They released them every week or so. They would release a new batch. Matt Taibbi.
So you have these government agencies, these government officials effing around with the media complex.
It doesn't bother me as much as it bothers you. My mental health is fine. I'm not eating up over it like you are.
That's fine. I mean, if you don't have a vested interest in the future because you don't have children.
No, I don't. I wouldn't draw that conclusion just because I'm not worked up about it like you are, that I don't have an interest in the future because I'm not reacting at the same level that you are to things.
Well, no, I'm not. I don't expect you to. I'm just saying that it's not a square deal that we're getting right now.
Then do something about it.
Well, if I cared, which I don't, I would vote for Donald Trump.
Well, I can't tell because you spent the last 3 hours pretending like you care about it.
If I cared, which I don't, I would vote for Donald Trump, but I don't, so I'm going to vote for Joe Biden because they can both fulfill Daniel 10 through 12, and either way, Jesus is coming.
And he did it with something you didn't quite understand, and in a sense, he tricked it. Saw it was good.
You cannot.
Man, I was going to give you no points tonight.
Prophecy.
What was that, Chuck?
You cannot vote thinking that you're going to fulfill prophecy. Because the book says no man shall know the time nor the day.
Yeah, but if you look at if you try to interpret Daniel 10 through 12, it's probably the most difficult to get a really good grasp on at all, except for a few different things. And if you look at Donald Trump and possibly even Joe Biden, they have everything it takes to fulfill those prophecies. And it's pretty, to me, that's like a rare opportunity to get something done.
I remember when they said Obama was the Antichrist.
Yeah, I remember that too. But
we just need to keep
I'm
going.
not superstitious. I don't think religiously about political matters, so I wouldn't be able to address the spiritual side of it.
I hear you.
Now you're gonna go make me look it up. You got me curious.
I think Chuck is right. I mean, it doesn't matter either way. However I vote or any of us vote. It's either one rigged or it's just going to happen by the will of God anyway. So, but when I looked at those prophecies and it talks about, the God of forces, he values gold and, king of the south, king of the north, all this other, marry your daughter off, peace, and stabbed in the back, all kinds of, it could literally be Donald Trump. But like Gary Baxter said, it could also be Joe Biden, because when you look at the wounded head, the wound in the head, that could definitely be Joe Biden, without even it being shot in the head or something. That could definitely be Joe Biden, the wounded head and stuff.
Yeah, I don't know how to address it there.
I understand. But politically, you literally have the last 5 elections, for national election or for like state senators and stuff, that the FBI has been piddling around and doing a lot of shady stuff to, and that means you don't have a real safe and secure election, or whatever the narrative was that they said. You don't have that. They're just pushing that narrative. And that's what happens in the communist country, where they take away your rights. You don't have any property. You have no freedom, and you do what they say, or you go to the gulag and have a nice day.
I haven't lost any rights in my life. In fact, I've gained rights. I've gained way more rights than I've lost. So we're living in 2 different Americas, 2 different realities of a USA.
But when you don't have a clean and fair election, how is that gaining right?
We do have clean and fair. I have no reason to think we don't. I'm not buying into your narrative. I'm fine with our elections. I trust them. I've seen no evidence otherwise. Neither have the courts. And Trump's been going through 2 or 3 trials related to this issue, and all kind of evidence is going to come out around that too. So we'll find out more.
Yeah, there's been a lot.
I don't want to go watch hearings, Dennis. And if it's in the congressional record, just fucking show me. That's where we have a congressional record. Y'all are playing games, and Denizen, you're a troll. You're part of a troll group, and you're a professional troll. So keep that in mind.
I don't think he's a professional troll. He's I don't know.
You're not part of a troll group with Dutchy? And I'm on the Discord.
Yeah.
Now you're gaslighting, because I'm not going to print it because it's a private Discord, but I see I'll talk about it on the Discord. And Dutchy herself has admitted to being part of the troll group, and that's how she knows you do that.
I'm staying out of it, you guys. I thought you guys were friends. I don't know.
I mean, to the extent that I'm friends on here, we're not enemies. I don't dislike it, but he's saying a bunch of stuff that's just not true, and then calling me a liar.
Liar.
That is the game for a lot of the trolls.
It's just hard. Like for me, it's hard for me to hear you say that you've gained rights, everything's clean and secure. When
Daniel, hang on 1 second, DaFreak. Daniel, you're not backstage. You don't know what people have given me. I got 1 article tonight on the Steele dossiers from Wikipedia. Nobody has given me anything leading to the congressional record of the FBI interfering in elections. So why are you saying people have given me receipts when A, you're not in a position to know, and B, no, they have not? So everything you're saying after that, you're taking from your ass. None of this is related to reality.
And Russiagate wasn't about...
hang on. I'm not through, Chuck. There's this belief that I'm deliberately not looking at evidence because I have a position that I'm too fragile to face being challenged. I don't want the truth is nobody's giving me anything to look at. But the audience is thinking that I'm getting all of this stuff and not looking at it because I'm fragile. And I want to set the record straight. Nobody is sending me things to look at. I look at everything people send me. I don't mind challenging my positions and views. You see me do it on the stream all the time. So whatever narrative y'all are trying to spin about me right now, cut that bullshit out because it is so not true.
Jeff, you know what it is they really want? Can I have the floor for a second? Jeff,
yeah, go ahead.
What it is they really want is the world doesn't change whether they change your opinion or make you more paranoid. All it does is make them feel like there's less weight on their shoulders because they're so paranoid and so, if you would hold some of that weight off of them is what is the way they feel.
Assumption.
You see what I'm saying?
Wow,
it's not as attacking as it may feel. It's really their insecurity of the world, and
I don't avoid accountability. What is it I'm supposed to take accountability for? What did I do? So do is I took an action. What action did I take that I've avoided accountability for? This is new to me. This came out of nowhere. Anybody have any idea?
I don't know, but I just want to say that one of the reasons why I come here and I like Jeff is because he does have a healthy dose of skepticism, and no matter who it is, no matter if it's Flo or anybody, I've seen you do the same thing with multiple people, so I actually appreciate that about you. But I just wanted to say that.
Well, you finished with a but.
The autism. I need
well,
to see.
Yeah, if there's something that's presented that is obvious, then you should have a change of mind. But I can't. That has to happen internally. So I'm just saying that Jeff doesn't lie, and he's very healthy. He's got a very healthy dose of skepticism, which I appreciate because a lot of bullshit is coming down the pipe. Like viruses aren't even real, last I heard. And nuclear fallout or radiation doesn't even exist. Like it's wild out here. Like there's a bunch of lies going around.
Where do you hang out? Like we might be in a different algorithms.
Probably. There's a content creator called Fakeologist, and he debunks a lot of these fake narratives that are coming out. Like when Flat Earth first came out, he was debunking it. Like should have been quashed right then, but people just latch onto these things and they run with them.
It's terrible.
Yeah.
So the newest ones are the viruses are not real, and nuclear. There's no such thing as nuclear. What do you call it? The particles that emit from the core of an atom. There's no nuclear radiation.
Really stupid people with no way to sense make and like no reference point to compare and are gonna like maybe buy into some of this if it comes from the right source. If the right person says it the right way, they could potentially start believing this.
Well,
so the market's flooded with this stuff.
I used to work with radioactive material. I'll guarantee it's real.
Definitely.
Yeah, that is one of the dangers of misinformation. And I think the internet increases the risk of misinformation and the reach and the spread. So
there's a huge core.
That's a new modern world concern.
There's a huge core of people out there that believe there's no such thing as a nuclear bomb.
Yeah. Nothing surprises me anymore at all after hanging on this panel. Like I'm surprised that there's people that think that the moon landing is a lawn chair and an umbrella.
Yeah. I worked at a nuclear missile site. Those bad boys were real. There was no doubt about that.
I don't know why people. I mean, we all mythologize to a degree when we're faced with an unknown world, but I don't know why people believe some of the things they do.
The moon ain't nothing but a big flashlight in the sky. That's another one.
A flashlight.
Yeah. It produces its own light. We shine it up from the surface here every night. Oh yeah, it's crazy, Jeff. The rabbit holes that people go down. I don't know what people are so afraid of.
But here's the thing: like even if Chris has gone down a lot of rabbit holes, but the rabbit holes he goes to, he can send websites and links, and you can like track his path through the rabbit hole. These are rabbit holes with nothing. I don't know what they're based on. They're not based on anything you could show other people.
It's just like when Liv made that claim to me the other day about Jerusalem being part of the Abraham Accord. And that bothered me because I'd read through it before. So I went back and went through it again. And that's why I asked him today. I'm like, I'm lost. I can't find it. Can you point me in the right direction? Well, when it was all said and done, he was wrong. And he admitted it. It wasn't in there.
Yeah.
And I don't think he was lying on purpose. I think he just got caught up in his own.
I think yeah.
He just got caught up in his narrative about his hate for Israel.
It's so widely reported that nobody can send me a link, and I have to go watch hours of footage to find it. See, that's some trolling.
It's just want to chew up your time, man.
If you're not in a troll group, you should be.
The Russiagate thing wasn't about him losing the election. People were using that narrative to get him removed from office. Was the whole crux of it.
That it was an illegitimate election. Yeah.
Yeah. But the election had already happened before the actual investigation got off the ground.
And I remember another part of it was the Cambridge Analytica thing, which I don't know if that was tied to Russia, but it was another accusation that they had interfered with it, like they had people's social media information, whatever, and they had all their profiles and they knew exactly what buttons to push to get them to vote the way they wanted them to.
Well, like they used that Steele dossier to get a FISA warrant.
Okay, well, it would be helpful, Denizen, if those are links, and I know you can't post links in the chat, but if you want to come in the private and post some links real quick, that would be helpful.
But anyway, that Steele dossier, you know what the FISA court is, Jeff?
Yeah, when they figure out whether to get warrants or not to give
against
warrant.
Foreign, yeah. And one of the guys, the first guys that they used that dossier to get a warrant on was Carter Page, who was working for the CIA, and the CIA even told the FBI, he's one of our people.
It's a joke, man. It's fucking stupid and joke. Do you understand what he said there, Jeff?
And I could post more links, but I'm on my phone.
Or what Chuck said. Basically, Carter Page was a CIA asset, a working for the CIA. Okay, that was implanted into Donald Trump's campaign. The FBI. He was working for Donald Trump's campaign. What's that?
He was a plant. He worked for the CIA to get information from Russia.
But he was also part of the Trump campaign.
Yeah, but he wasn't a plant against Trump.
Even the CIA. I don't know how you could work for the CIA. That would mean that the CIA was pro-Trump, and I doubt that was the case.
But the CIA told the FBI he's working for us.
Right. Carter Page wrote a direct letter to James Comey and said that I am an asset for the CIA and I am in the Trump campaign. But they still pulled the FISA warrants on him anyway.
Correct.
Isn't that fucked up? How fucked up is that?
You guys have a good night. I gotta head out.
I know he was.
Take care, Jack. Yeah, it's good. Good.
He was going to sue the federal government for that. I don't know if he ever did or not, to get compensation for being falsely.
Well, I'm Googling myself, Denizen, and I'm not coming up with a whole lot. There's a PolitiFact article on general election interference. I don't see anything so far related to the FBI.
So the FBI surveilled a guy who was a CIA agent in the Trump campaign.
No, he's talking about.
Who wrote a letter to the director of the FBI saying that I am a CIA agent.
Like where did they hope to swing the election? Where was the interference? It seems like the FBI could just change votes behind the snes and hide.
It was the misinformation campaign, which they was
Before the
hoping.
election, that's what they accused Trump of using social media at the last minute to swing votes. And when I heard that, I'm like, but I thought that's what all politicians do, is try to persuade
is.
votes at the last minute.
Right, but because the Democrat National Convention had a server that was hacked, and they outed Bernie Sanders as being a patsy for the 3 women that were running the DNC. The Democrats started accusing Donald Trump of being involved in that, basically.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to understand the actual interference. What shadowy deed did the FBI actually do to try to
Well, they
swing
were trying to smear Donald Trump, but not only that, but after the election, they used all of that to basically open warrants and surveillance Donald Trump. For I bet you they knew how many times he flushed the toilet in the White House. I bet CIA.
Okay, but I remember all that and I lived through it all. And in 2024, looking back, I just don't care about it.
But it all got flushed out. They didn't succeed. It got flushed out. Was where I was going.
It doesn't make me not trust the government, and it doesn't make me paranoid.
Well, if you have the state enforcement arm of the government running your election or meddling or influencing the election, it's a problem.
I don't picture it the same way you do.
They shouldn't be involved in the election whatsoever.
I'm not worried about our elections. I'm really not.
All right. Okay. What about?
Honestly, I don't know what's going to happen in 2024. I don't have any expectation one way or the other.
Well, both of them bastards could be dead by election day.
Right. Yes, exactly. So I'm going in very open, high in openness.
Assume that the last 5 elections that we know of were meddled with by the FBI.
Why? I'm not.
Whoa! Where are you getting that from?
Only a crazy paranoid.
You got Twitter files. You've got the 2020 election, and you've got like 2018 in between there, and you've got 2022 in there.
Yep. You had the 2016 and the 2020 presidential election. It's every 4 years.
Okay, but but you have these, 2018, you had same thing, 2022. Of course, I have to prove all that with links and everything, but let's just assume, that that's the case.
Okay, I will assume for purposes of understanding your point, but I don't think they were, but I will pretend like I do to try to understand where you're going.
Okay, how did they affect
give me Twitter files, give me Russiagate. So, okay, that's a fair initial assumption. Why isn't that concerning then?
If I believed it to the extent you do, I probably would be. It would make me a little more concerned. So I guess I do understand where you're coming from if I believed it as seriously as you do. The only thing that keeps me from that is that I don't believe it to that extent.
Fair enough.
But if I did, I might have the same emotions that you're having and the same worry.
Yeah, it's concerning because your
it would be if our government is that corrupt where they're interfering constantly in every election and getting away with it every time. I would feel powerless. I would feel like I'm not in control of my government. I would worry. I would wonder what the future's going to be like and how much worse it's going to get, all of that. But the initial premise that that's based on is not something I've been able to convince myself of yet.
Well, here's a brand new one I can give you if you want it.
Yeah.
You know who Fannie Willis is, right?
Yeah.
The Atlanta DA.
The Trump prosecutor lady?
Yeah, from Atlanta.
Yeah.
Her and that special prosecutor that she hired, her boyfriend, both went to the White House a day or two before he was charged in Georgia. They cannot get the White House to release any information. They had a meeting with Kamala Harris, and they won't release any information about their visit. And then when they got back to Atlanta was when all the charges were filed.
Is that a conspiracy?
Well, that's a fact.
No, I mean if they haven't released anything, we know what's in it. But is the
Right.
conspiracy
But
that there's a
the
conspiracy somewhere behind that?
yes, the
Okay.
conspiracy idea is that the White House provided key evidence to them to try to use in the state case.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to hear that
Now,
conspiracy is out
we
there.
don't know yet, but everything that's gone wrong, though, it's been flushed out into the open and repaired, in my opinion. Like this thing with the FBI, the thing with Twittergate. It got found out about and it got dealt with. So there is checks and balances. There's no way the government could keep massive secrets like what people claim, like there's no outer space.
I don't understand it.
There's too many people
low
involved for
information or low
somebody not to talk.
something.
Yeah.
But these trials are the evidence. It's legal warfare and political prosecution. They're bringing all this basically to try and put him in jail or to basically smear his name.
If he did a crime, I want him prosecuted like I would anybody.
Yeah, but there is no crime. I mean, you know.
Well, we don't know because until the trial. That's the whole point of the trials. He was indicted, so that has to play out.
Right, but for Trump fans, you know, we've seen this already for like the last 7 years, you know, or whatever it's been. It's nothing new. It's the same game they're running. It's
they
all
don't like Trump.
of the government.
He hasn't been indicted.
These are the things that communist countries do, and you know,
until recently he hasn't been indicted to this. Well, it may resemble on the surface, but we don't know the outcomes of the trial.
And an indictment is not a conviction, not
right?
yet.
But I'm saying that he said the last 7 years, and I'm saying the indictments were from what last year. They're very recent, and we haven't seen them play out yet.
They tried to impeach him on that stupid Ukraine call.
Right. If you to me, that's lazy pattern matching. You're seeing a surface resemblance and assuming it's like, and you're not looking closely enough to see the differences from that thing either. You have to do both.
Well, no, but it's all the deep state going after Donald Trump. That's the pattern.
Well, no, I don't believe that. I don't. If you believe in it, there's this shadowy deep state pulling the strings. Then yeah, you probably.
The biggest problem is Trump's not a politician. He doesn't fit into their world.
Right.
What it amounts.
Which is sad because he would have made them all money, legitimate money, and they think Donald Trump doesn't love money. I mean, the guy's so weird. He didn't even drink a beer his whole life because he loved money that much. To me, that's
he never drank or smoked. He never drank or smoked.
That's strange to me, you know. But he loves money that much.
Well, he had a problem with the female persuasion, though.
I don't know. He's had supermodel wives his whole life, you know.
Exactly.
Okay.
And most of those supermodels, they don't see the man, they see the money.
They would have to see the money.
Exactly.
No way.
Well, no, there's a lot of women who say Trump was a good-looking man in his younger days.
A lot of women like the guy who's in charge. You know, the guy who's the boss or the guy who's like, you know, running the show. They like that status.
Jeff, I'm trying to work on a device for your antlers.
A device?
With a button that when you get excited or want to make a big point, you push the button and it'll shoot spark between the two antlers.
That'd be cool, like an arc.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be
cool. I'm trying to figure it out.
Maybe people would start listening to me and pay attention.
That would be
cool.
You
push that button. When the antlers light up, they listen.
Yeah. Well,
Satanist Red, Satanist Jeff.
Hey, Gob. What's up, Goblin?
What's happening, Chuck?
Good to see you.
Hello, Mr. Goblin.
Hey, I came up here because I was curious why DaFreak put so much faith in man regarding a clear divisive paradigm, if you will. You know what I mean?
Which device is that?
No.
Like
I
if
don't
you owe
understand.
Trump Biden, that's a divisive paradigm. It's the same thing. These are the same paradigms that to divide people, repackaged, repurposed.
I think we're always
I don't think either one of them can fulfill the prophecy that I'm concerned about. So it's not really an issue anymore because EBT convinced me.
Is that where we're at? Is he the final word, or could someone come along and unconvince you or reconvince you?
That's why I was just gonna ask him, like, have you ever considered the fact of like there is a timeline and we do have free will, but that's to an extent. Just like the reality is an extent of a projection of the whole. You know what I'm saying? So like right now we know that they want to push the whole civil thing. All right. And that's not a conspiracy theory.
What's
like,
a civil?
The whole what?
They want to push civil war right now. I mean, that's out there in the open. It's not hidden.
Yeah, I don't
know
who
people
they
that rule
are.
the world.
I don't even know who they are. The snake people?
Whatever you want to call them.
I don't think there are
there's definitely
group
people that run the
look,
man, they're the oligarchs. They own big tech and things like that. And I understand that those are all umbrella corporations, so it's multiple people. I get that. But whoever they may be,
but I don't think it's centralized. Is what I'm saying. I think
I don't know. I would say that's subjective.
It makes a difference.
Well, it does. It does make.
But anyway, like to your larger point, like let's say there's this group that's coordinating.
Well, I mean, if you look at what's being pushed, look, man, they're taking all the crazy conspiracy theory stuff and all the skeptic and free thinking and everything that people that talk about the question, the narrative, they're taking all those labels. And this is what AI does. You feed it information and it spins it around and it spits it back at you. And then if you don't look beneath the layers, you see it. You know what I mean? Like
that kind of made a little bit of sense there. That was not a bad example.
I think
you're right. With AI, you do have to have the ability. You have to have some discernment and the ability to sift through what the AI is feeding you and reference it against something else for accuracy.
And isn't that what science originally was? You create a hypothesis and you have to try to prove it wrong.
It still is.
Yeah.
Like science hasn't changed. The method, the technique hasn't changed.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like they're repurposing a lot of these paradigms right now, and I think it's for the purpose of trying to create a civil situation. And then when you look at even like our empire, as far as we know, this one over here has never fell. Like, I understand that's subjective, okay, but we know even if you believe it has or has not been, we know the empires have fell in ancient times. And when you look at everything that's happening right now, these are all things that take place during wars. True story. And they're telling us that we're not in a war right now.
Well, there is the idea of like 5th generation warfare, which is going to be a different
psychotronics,
be a ground
neurolinguistic programming and shit like that. I hear you.
But if what you're saying is true, and they're like
it's subjective
paradigms, what do you do about? What can you do about it? What can any one person do about it?
Well, I mean, on the individual level, I can only tell you what the average person's going to tell you. The little steps that you make and the ripple effect. And then from the hive mind, you already know. But what I'm saying is like, well, it's not even what I'm saying. I'm here seeking you guys' opinions about it. Like, are you guys seeing this type of? Are you seeing these methods being laid out, or no?
No.
Okay.
I'm seeing propaganda out there. I'm not buying into it.
Propaganda is it's maxed out. That's one sign.
Yeah.
That's one thing that they do during war.
What
and I
propaganda?
understand that they did it even in times when war wasn't really a big thing in our land. The television has always been a distraction at the end of the day. You can find entertainment in it or knowledge. You can believe it or not believe it. At the end of the day, at a bare minimum, it's a distraction. So why would the internet and social media not be the same?
Yeah, yes. I think that is a more healthy perspective to take on it. But I think for many of us, that is not the reality we've fallen into. We rely on it too much for information, entertainment,
overload.
And that's another thing. Like right now, a lot of people are saying like, oh, well, don't say this word or don't say that word because those are hot words, right? But realistically, we have already been introduced to the European model of the censorship. And if you don't believe me, this is what I would ask you to do on your own time. Whenever you're looking for any type of information, like you're looking for a video for it. So you go on Google, you type it in, right? Hit enter, and then you hit videos. And I want you to scroll down all those and watch how many of those videos are all YouTube videos, which YouTube is owned by Google.
Mm-hmm.
And if you think DuckDuckGo and Bing and all these, oh, well, those are different platforms. They're all bought into each other. That's why it's big tech. So they're already controlling, like if you want to critic something or use it for educational purpose, whatever the case may be. Now we're at a point where the only way we're going to know that the facts about something is if we go out there and experience that for ourselves. And we have the opportunity to record that and dialogue that.
I have no problem with that. That sounds like an excellent supplement to our truth making.
Or like what the individual could do. I mean, it's a matter of
like
your day in, day out life, seeking truth, being the person that you project to be, and then voting for elected officials who have the same viewpoint as you. That's really all we could do.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. We can't completely remove the construct because at the end of the day, we need some type of construct. It's just right. It needs to be to a commonality and something reasonable.
Yeah,
for
which we've had up till now. Like most of my life, that's how it's been, and it worked. That's how I'm trying to.
The rich are gaming it even more, and that's the problem. "Quote unquote" the rich or whatever.
Well, you don't want over control, but you just like what Jeff and I agree. Like the majority of my life, it actually hasn't been a bad thing. It's just that I've noticed over time. Now it's going more towards the tyrannical way.
I live in Washington State, and it has one of the highest collection of millionaires. We got Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos up here, and
Wozniak.
They're fine. Like the rich people here really don't affect my life that much. They're not scary monsters. I'm fine living up here next to them and coexisting together. They don't scare me.
But they're unbalancing the playing field.
It doesn't feel like it to me. In fact, I've been more prosperous up here than other places I've lived.
Are they unbalancing the playing field, or are the masses of humanity letting themselves down so they feel like they're not in synchronicity?
They're just
some's off, definitely off, and we've got political prosecution, which is something that you usually see in the USSR, not this country. So
you're calling it a political process, but until the trial comes out, it could be a legitimate prosecution, which is what it looks like to me. Indictment. So it doesn't mean that's what it is.
Except we have precedent, and you saw that those two lawyers from Atlanta were hanging out in the White House. For what reason would a state prosecutor have to go to the White House?
It's not done and finished yet.
Right.
He could walk out an innocent man on everything.
All these
Then there's
charges
no
should actually be just dismissed because you have executive privilege that Obama used constantly and his
well.
administration.
Creams are
The
ruling on that.
the Supreme Court is taking that up, and it very well may end up that way, where he has absolute immunity.
I'm still voting for Joe Biden.
Well, vote
So
for who
you're
you
still
want.
putting your faith in man. I hear you. How do you guys feel about? Well, we know that we're in an age of socialism right now. Okay, if you want to look at it from esoteric, the age of Aquarius, the age of information, whatever you want to call it. Okay, but what I wanted to point out, I'm starting to lean towards the fact that we might actually be getting ready to step into a golden age right after whatever's gonna happen. I
What do you
mean,
mean by it?
Socialism is a
once an
government.
empire falls, it builds back up. That's the same in life. Like once you hit the bottom, you can only go up.
What do
You
you
know what I
mean by
mean?
socialism?
Well, socialism, man, socializing. It's kind of like the hive mind ideology, things like that. Um, I'm not gonna sit here and break down socialism for you. I'm just saying that that is a concept that I believe that this land here has been participating in. And I'm not saying that's a good thing or a bad thing. I'm just observing it.
No, I hear you. You know, because you're talking about socialism is an actual kind of type of government, a way a government runs its operation, like
But it also has to do with the
security or
inclusion of
something.
the people itself.
Right. Whereas like the age of Aquarius and the signs in the sky and stuff like that's like a whole different type
No,
of
I was
thing.
just pointing that out because when
Yeah.
you think of the word socialism, you think social. When I think
Right.
social, I think socialize. When you socialize, what do? You exchange data and information back and forth. That's healthy socialism, is to exchange information back and forth. But anyways, the age of information, the age of Aquarius, if you want to look at it from the esoteric perspective, is what I was saying.
Yeah, like a global awakening of some sort, of a greater purpose or a greater meaning, perhaps.
You could look at it like that too. I mean, have you seen the Great Awakening map before or no?
I don't think so.
Okay, well, you should look into that, and if you do come across that, you'll notice like a lot of the things that are on there are psyops. And when that was introduced to the general public, that map, it wasn't introduced as, oh well, some of those are psyops, or oh well, some of that's truth. It was just a map was dropped off to the general public online. You know, like a lot of the other ways that they do like file dumps and stuff, they don't tell you what it is. They just drop it. Because the internet was originally created for them to exchange information. And then they allowed it to the general public, so now we have access as well.
Well, there's Julian Assange is in jail because he was dropping files.
No, I'm talking about like legitimate declassified stuff in psyops that they want to introduce to people that they know there's people out there that are skeptical. Think about it. Do you believe that only the people you talk to are the only people out there that question like the narratives that are being pushed regarding any which way or regarding anything? You know there's other people out there, right? Like that's logical common sense. So if they drop off little gems here and there, it could be a distraction, it could be a gem, it could be it's perspection, man.
Yeah, discernment.
That sounds nice, Auntie. I'm relaxed.
Going back to what he originally asked me real quick, and I mean, I have a quick answer, but the timeline he's talking about in Daniel is something that's necessary in order for the abomination that makes desolate to occur, and that when that occurs, basically God is on a time window of about 3 to 9.5 years of when He will
That's
return.
where we're at right now. The abomination
Well,
already started.
but that has to be in the holy place. The abomination that makes
It
desolate
already
has to occur
started.
in
Do
the
you
holy
not
place,
see
which
what's
is
happening in the
theoretically
elected
the
holy
temple.
place right now?
The holy place is more likely the
Allegedly,
temple.
they say that it's that land over there. Now, I
Right.
look at it like Israel. If you want to look at it like that, your body's the temple, bro. That's why I don't ever tell people to go to church. Your
Well,
body
yeah,
is the church.
spiritually, yes, but the physical Israel and and
Okay, if
Judaism,
you want to look at, that's what I'm saying. If you want to look at the physical Israel, do you see the state that state is in right now? You don't believe that that's already started. They want to sacrifice red heifers and do all that, this, that,
The
and the
red
third.
heifer thing. I keep hearing that.
I don't know. I'd
It's a
like to know.
Judaic it's a Judaic prophecy to usher in their Messiah because they don't believe Jesus was the Messiah.
Oh, so
And
they're waiting for their.
and the Muslims are waiting for Allah, their Messiah, and the Christians are waiting for Jesus Christ to return, their Messiah. You see what I'm saying? You see how that
I'm
works? And all three of those are the three original Abrahamic religions, and the way that it's presented to the masses is if they're all in direct conflict when they could all be waiting for the same person. That's crazy, right?
Jack Talcott.
Or waiting for the Christ conscience, if you want to look at it from the spiritual aspect. You know what I mean? It's crazy.
well, according to Daniel, there's going to be a holy place that the abomination that makes desolate. It's going to be an event, and that likely has to occur in the temple built by the Jews or
Because they
operated
can't
by the
build the
Jews.
third temple right now because there is a structure there right now, and
Right.
and Islam has rights over that land just as well as the Israelites and the Gentiles. You know what I mean?
True. Jordan administers the Temple Mount, but there's also room on the Temple Mount to build a temple. It's just a
Yeah, and the
matter of
Euphrates River
political.
is going to dry up, and that releases the four horsemen of the apocalypse, which the Euphrates River is basically completely dried up right now, for the most part. And the four horsemen of the apocalypse have already been released. We are in the apocalypse, which only means the revealing. That's how we're coming to the understanding of the truth of all these mysteries now, because the
Right. We
veil is
still need the
being pulled
temple.
back. You know what I mean?
Truth,
Yeah.
truth to what mysteries?
There's mysteries, man.
I'm enjoying
And
this.
it also is supposed to make way for the kings from the east. And if you think about to make way for the kings from the east, that means that they would be heading west, right?
Well, yeah.
Okay, and we're in the west, right? Which means that there's people from over there that the Bible says are the kings from the east, and they're obviously going to be coming to the west at some point.
Well, but they're going to Israel though, and that's part of the reason why the Euphrates is dried up.
Bro,
And the
you
200,000
understand where the
army.
Euphrates River is, right?
What?
You understand where the Euphrates River is, right? Compared to where the Holy Land is?
Yeah, it's in Iraq.
Okay. So what makes you think that they're gonna go there?
Well, that's what they have to cross in
Oh,
order
that's
to.
where you're confused, man, because I tell you a mystery, man. The mystery of Babylon.
But they're all going to fight against Jerusalem and Israel. So why would they? That's where they're
Where do
going
you
to come
think
from.
Israel is? You
On
think it's
the
that
coast
land right
there,
there
the
that they
Mediterranean.
tell you?
Yeah, it's right
Oh,
there on
that's
the
strange because
Mediterranean.
before our land can do anything regarding any other land, our land has to have permission from Israel. So in my book, that means that this land is just as equivalent as Israel.
What do you mean we got to have permission from Israel?
Absolutely. We have
What?
we have to have their approval before we do anything regarding anything, man. It's in history, bro. Look it up, man. You ain't got to believe history. You don't have to believe it.
Yeah, but then you also have the eagle that takes up the virgin birth, the one
Oh,
that
you mean
gives birth.
the white horse
So
that
no,
had a bow and he went out to conquer, that had the power to conquer and he went out to conquer. Now
you have
our Now our seal, the U.S. seal, is a bald eagle, which is we're the head of NATO, and the head of the bald eagle is white, okay, and it's got one hand full of arrows.
Right, but the
Okay?
eagle also
The
takes
second
up
horse,
the
the red
virgin who
horse,
is
gives power
the
for them
serpent
to
is waiting
off
to
each other,
devour,
and he rules with
and
the
takes
big
her
sword.
away for
And
a
then when you
time
look at
in that
Russia's
place.
seal,
So that
it's
that
got
means
the
that we are not
look,
Israel.
man, you're not listening, bro. You're not listening. The second
No,
horse
just
is the red horse,
no.
and he's giving power for them to off each other. Now, Russia's seal, it has the red background with the double-headed eagle, okay? But anyways,
What?
it's got a horse with a giant sword in the hand of the eagle. Okay? Listen, man.
Russia?
Listen, man, Crane in Russia that's the same shit. That's the same shit, which means they're literally offing each other. And their crest has a giant sword. Just like, I can't make this up, bro. I can't make this up.
You're getting your flags confused, though.
No,
Russia's got
I'm
no
telling you, I
horse.
cannot make this up, bro. The third horse of the apocalypse is the black horse. Okay, and that is on the seal of Uruguay. Okay,
Yeah, it hurt
and
not the wine or the oil.
listen, man, and it's got a pair of scales. Okay, in the top quarter. And when you look at this seal, it's got the black horse in the bottom left corner. Now it's broke off in 4 quarters.
What does? What are you talking about?
The Uruguay's seal, which is the third horseman of the apocalypse.
Oh, okay.
Wait, Uruguay?
We need Smith here.
I can't listen. Do you think that I made all the seals of the world? I've been telling people this, man.
What does that
You're tying
mean?
them together, though.
We are in the apocalypse.
So that they show
you
up.
honestly think that the evolution is showing you to be as smart as you are right now? Let's be real here. You know that something is showing you things that you never knew. You know this. Don't lie to yourself.
I don't know what you're talking about, to be honest. But
okay.
I mean, I can understand what you're saying in Scripture.
It's all Scripture.
I think there is kind of a global.
But let me tell you about this, DaFreak. You as a traditional Christian is what you. That's what you claim to be.
Well, okay? I'm a freakish Christian.
Oh yeah, you're a freak because you can't serve 2 masters, and you still have faith that you voting for a man is going to change something. Okay, it's a fixed system, bro. It's a fixed system. For we do not battle against flesh and blood, but against evil, wickedness, and principalities in higher places. Which means those are principles in a system that you're forced to participate in. Okay?
But then somebody is putting faith in man. It's actually putting faith in Scripture and God's word.
Okay. God told you to vote for a man?
No.
Because as far as I know, the Bible actually says, do not put your faith in man.
Well, that's true. But if you look at the prophecies,
every man be a liar, and me be the truth.
If you look at those prophecies and what happens and the vagaries and the things that we're not able to really discern, Donald Trump has everything it takes to fulfill those prophecies.
They're fucking culted up.
Yeah.
What can I say?
So
they think
how is that putting faith in man?
I think he could actually be the false savior.
He's probably the Antichrist.
He could actually, yes, well, no, I don't believe he could be the Antichrist. I believe he could be the false savior, the little horn. You know what I'm saying, Jeff? They're so culted up. It's insane. I've never seen politics operate this way. Have you?
This is always the way politics run.
I think it's social media, though. It magnifies it. It just makes it easier to see.
I accept that, Jeff.
I'm enjoying it. This is some wild. I don't know if there's a series on Netflix as good as what I'm hearing tonight.
All I'm saying is that there's an opportunity for, if you're a Christian, there's an opportunity to see that perhaps Daniel could be fulfilled and we could usher in the return of Jesus Christ. I say don't miss the opportunity. And I think it doesn't matter who you vote for; it's going to happen either way.
Do you believe
voting
in a
for Joe
physical
Biden.
heaven and a physical hell, DaFreak?
Do I believe there's a physical heaven and hell? Not until we get to heaven.
DaFreak, do you realize that the very end of the Bible explains that there'll be a new heaven and a new earth?
Yeah.
Does that not insinuate that it's all going to happen again?
Generally, no, because those
okay.
things
So
are
what's it mean then?
made.
Okay, so what's it mean?
Well, it means there's going to be a place for us to come and to worship and to make offerings to the God of
But
Israel.
If you pass away and you go to heaven, okay,
yeah,
and at the end there'll be a new heaven. Where are you going?
See, but there's a thing. There's eternity, and then there's what you're calling heaven, and then there's the New Jerusalem and the New Earth.
Like the snake eating its own tail.
These are all places in eternity. Okay, so and there's different levels and layers of it. So
I don't claim to know the answer to that, but what I will say is that it is insinuating that it's a repeated circle.
Well, it would only be a repeated circle if the darkness couldn't be completely purged from the light, but that's the cycle we're in right now. So eventually it will be purged.
You don't think that what's happening right now is, you don't think that there's a purge taking place right now in reality, somewhere in the world?
What kind of purge?
Yeah.
A cleansing.
Purge of the darkness.
That's what I'm thinking.
The light of eternity.
Like energy or actual people or organisms?
Well,
people and organisms. We're talking about like darkness and evil and things that are not godly.
Everything is energy.
Maybe on a very abstract level, but it's hard to understand, like relate to a conversation.
If the world is based on a frequency, we know that this realm there's a base frequency that everything operates on, just the way that it flows. We know that, right? We can agree on that.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, so if the construct is going to go through some type of purge or cleansing, I would think that probably would assume everything within the construct. Like there would be a change. Like there was a change like 4 years ago.
That's going to go through cleansing. What construct is being cleansed?
The earth will be replaced. It says new heaven, new earth, and new Jerusalem. So like even this universe will be wiped away and made new.
Yeah, that's that's out of my realm. I don't know what to say.
It is one of those things though, Jeff. Like, what can you say?
It's in scripture.
That's like if you know that there's an asteroid coming to hit Earth, like, and you believe in space and all that shit. You can't do nothing about it.
If you believe in space.
That's why I said if you believe in that idea. I was just
do you believe in
another example, shit like that. You can't do nothing. Live life.
Yeah, yes, I agree. That is pretty much my attitude about a lot of this stuff. What can I do about it? Why? I'm not going to worsen my mental health over something that I can't do anything about anyway.
The only thing we can really do is how we want to live, like upstanding, and vote for vote in elections for people who are against the corruption too. Really, that's all we can do.
Yeah,
well, on the flip side of that, a lot of these people that are programmed to participate in the program,
I don't know what that means.
Okay, like
like indoctrination camps or schools, and they tell you how to think one way or whatever, and then they end up voting a certain way.
With those at all.
Besides what you learn, and you come to like the realization, other than that, all you have is your character. Okay, so what I'm saying is, like, a lot of these people that are participating in the program, they're actually against the program as well. Because we're all participating in the world the way that it's working right now. Everyone is, in some shape, way, fashion, or matter. You're here, you're existent in reality. So you are participating in it. Okay?
You know, we're all useful consumers.
And what I'm
in one
saying
area.
is like some of the people that are like more into the program, like higher positions of careers or whatever, they're actually against the program as well. And some of them, just like a lot of us, they don't even know that they're participating in the program that they're complaining about. It's odd, and I'm not excluded from this because I'm existing.
How are you? I don't understand that part. How are they participating in something they don't know they're participating in?
A lot of people don't understand that when we complain about something, a lot of the time we're causing the issue that we're complaining about, and we don't realize that.
Oh yeah, no, I see that for sure. Yeah, that part I get.
And I was saying like people that are in higher positions of like careers, politics, stuff like that. A lot of them are actually against the program, but they don't. I feel like a lot of them are not acknowledging that they're actually participating in the program that they're actually against as well.
So you don't think people are aware of the programs they participate in?
I believe some people are out here under a delusion. Absolutely.
Oh.
Why not?
How do you find out? Like, how do you become aware? How do you know what programs you're participating in?
The way that I came to a realization of this, and I'm going to take it to the Matrix concept, okay? The NPCs. I have went to the same grocery store multiple times in my timeline. And there's always that same guy that's packing the same stuff in the freezers or putting the same box up in the same exact place in the store. I've seen this over and over and over again. Like I've witnessed this. I've experienced it. You know what I mean?
Okay. And that so what did you draw from that? That is weird.
That it's a fixed system.
Like it's not really a guy, it's not really happening.
I think that you have the organic, right? Like the organic realm, world, life, okay? But I feel like a lot of the things that occur during life is like humanity as a collective mind drawing from one conscience, the ether or whatever you want to call it, okay? It's like we all have a similar idea and it's like it manifests our reality. And then when you apply the digital age and technology, we all are literally being fed the same exact information.
No, I think information's never been more
it'll be at a different time, but you're going to get the same information.
Where there's so many different sources to get information.
You're going to get to the same level though.
Centralized.
Look, so say an article gets released in 2015 about nanotechnology. All right. Actually, it wasn't an article, it was a commercial, but then they wrote an article about it. Now, I seen this commercial, okay? And it was how they were going to be releasing nanotechnology to self-assemble inside the body to help with certain medical conditions such as cancer and whatnot.
Okay.
Now, I seen the commercial in 2015 and the document was released in 2015. Now, sometime during your life, you're going to come across an article talking about nanotechnology for medical purposes. It might not be at the same time, but you're going to get that information.
Okay.
Like, it's simple stuff. Like somebody tells you something and then you tell somebody and so on. I heard it through the grapevine.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I just believe that, I believe that our conscience, which everyone is drawing from, it manifests the experiences that we experience within the base organic reality.
I mean, that kind of makes sense. I'm still trying to understand the point before that.
But not everyone ends up actually in the same place, even in
Well,
the
it's simulation theory.
Like
you know?
how, like the grocery store guy with being in the same place all the time and not being reality.
Because I probably remembered him doing that.
So do you think in reality he was there every time, or your brain is just
No, I believe he was there every time. Matter of fact, I know he was.
I mean, that is like, I don't know how many times we're talking about, but that is like a remarkable amount of coincidences. If you saw him, if you just happened to be there at the time he was stalking that one area every time, that would
It's
be
small things, man. It's like, okay, if you sit outside on your front porch every day for 30 days, okay, at the same time every day for 30 days, right? Like you go out there at 8 o'clock in the morning till 9 o'clock in the morning every day for a month. I can guarantee you're going to start seeing that same car drive past your house.
Yeah, like patterns.
Yeah, I guarantee it.
But it probably goes to work at that time every day and stuff.
And that's probably what convinced you to that's what convinces you that that's why the vehicle's there. You see what I'm saying?
It's not an anomaly. It makes sense as part of a pattern.
Or if it's witnessed.
Yeah, I mean that's what I like to do. I like to observe reality, and I like to study people.
Yeah,
just kind of see what are you experiencing. You know what I mean? And that could be because maybe I'm craving to start seeing something, a new pattern. You know what I mean? Like what patterns have you seen? You know, we're exchanging information. You see, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I do. You actually make a lot of sense, in your wild way.
But I could say that everyone has their own testimony, and we don't all end up in the same place. There's actually rank and authority in heaven too.
But I'm not going to heaven. I've already decided. I'm going to that Mormon version with the horror.
And what's crazy about it is because him and people like him believe that Trump's going to come save them. There's a whole nother type of people in this reality that probably think he's gonna be president now.
Why do you say that? I told you I'm voting for Joe Biden, and why do you think I would
There's
think
a
Donald Trump is
whole
going to save
type
me
of
when
people
Jesus
out
Christ
there
is my
that are gonna
Lord?
believe that too. There's a whole type of people in the world that believe that timeline as well.
Well, maybe, but if Jesus Christ is my Lord and my Savior, why would I say Donald Trump's going to save me?
Whatever
Donald Trump would be a means to get me the hell out of here. That's all.
Whatever you pick is going to come to fruition, man. I'm just telling you. Like you're going to experience what you want to experience more than likely, or what you. I believe that the want does participate because there's some type of manifesto with the conscience. Okay, there's a connection there. And then when you look at like the gospel of the Egyptians explaining that there's only one conscience and it's explained like one big light.
Okay.
And it broke itself into pieces and came down here, condensed itself to experience. And that's it. You only know right from wrong because they told you what that is. You only know good from evil because that's what they told you it is.
Who's they?
Other than that, you're only experiencing. You can participate, you can observe. It's your choice.
Well, everything testifies to the Most High God, to the Almighty, and He is the singularity, the Queen Borg, I guess you could say. But and the concept of
the concept of God is that's
us.
a word that we use to try to explain something that we are unable to explain.
Yeah, But it's not a far-fetched concept.
We can't explain that. Now, a creator cannot be denied, because if you want proof of a creator, all you have to do is look in the mirror. You're here. You were created. You are here, right?
Well,
so that's proof of a creator. I can't tell you what it is, but that's proof of a creator.
Well, atheists won't accept that, but
what's
I know
proof of a creator?
Are you here? Do you exist? Are you being?
That's not proof of a creator. It's a proof of.
I'm gonna steal that.
Oh, do you believe you were born from your parents?
Yeah.
Okay, so you believe they created you.
Yeah, my parents.
Okay, so there's proof of a creator. It can't be denied.
That's pretty cool. I'm gonna steal that when I argue with atheists.
Almost a tautology. That's not even useful for.
It's very basic
for a conversation.
It's a 2-tier, 2-level realization, and it's actually pretty good.
Yeah, exactly what new. It's proof that you exist.
But it does prove that there was a creator in your parents.
Yeah, so what does that say?
In that sense,
we
that
have parents. That seems so.
He's right.
Interesting.
And their parents came from, and their parents came from, and so on and so on and so on. I'm just saying that's proof of a creator.
The great change.
Atheists want proof of God.
No, I don't want proof of God. I don't need proof of God. I don't think God exists. I don't need proof of
God is a word that we use for something that we cannot explain, and we're not supposed to be able to.
But you're not an atheist either, Jeff. They believe that there's no God.
But I am a non-theist. Yeah, I also believe there's no God. So that's non-theism.
But how can you be a Satanist and think that there's no something above?
But you just came to the understanding of proof of a creator, but you don't believe in a God.
Oh, that was your understanding. That is your.
Okay, so you don't believe that you were created.
We're talking about the existence of a God right now. So having parents has nothing to do
what
with
is a God? What is a God?
Well, that's what we're talking about right now. I don't believe anything supernatural, so I don't need proof of a God. I can live my whole life and never have to worry about seeing proof that there's a God or not.
So what is Satanism then? Like nothing supernatural? Like I don't get it. Like
no, nothing supernatural.
It's man's way. Satanism believes that they are their own God.
I don't believe in God. There's no.
You believe you are your own God. You believe that you control your life, right?
I don't think of myself that way, as my own God. I think of myself as my own, maybe sovereign. I'm in charge of myself, but I don't associate it with anything divine.
But sovereignty comes from a God.
No, not in my world. It comes from me existing and having.
Okay, I accept what you're saying. You can't be wrong. It's your life, man.
How does a Satan character?
You see what I'm saying? You can't be wrong. It's your life.
I guess. I mean, I don't.
Nobody can tell you you're wrong for experiencing the experience that you're having.
Yeah.
No matter what.
How does the Satan character fit into that worldview?
He's cool.
He's
cool. And he represents a lot of things that are important to me.
Is he like a man that has
one person?
Is it a higher being, man,
no.
or is it like?
No, he's a literary character more than anything, just as God and Jesus and all those other people are. He's just the one that I relate to the most. Yeah, I don't think of myself as royal. That's kind of my point. Like I'm very self-determining and autonomous, like self-mastery over me and my own life, but I don't connect that with anything divine or deity or royal or anything like that. It's just, I think every organism has some agency over its own life circumstances, and that's what I'm saying when I express stuff like that, and that's what the Satanism represents to me. So I think people that are seeing it from a religious or supernatural framework tie that to deity or divinity in a way that I don't.
What about hell? Do you think there actually is a hell after we die, or there's nothing?
Yeah, nothing. Oblivion. Just
So
like
I
never
would,
born. Won't know it. I won't be conscious of anything because there won't be a brain to be
so you
conscious.
don't follow
Decompose.
traditional Satanism then?
No,
What
not church.
I'm hearing is actually more like an agnostic. It's not really an
I
atheist.
was mostly an atheist my whole life, like, and so it's kind of an extension of that. It's secular humanism with an anti-authoritarian emphasis and individuality and personal freedom, and a satanic kind of theme to it and aesthetic.
Would you be offended if I called it Jeffinism?
If you who what?
If I called it Jeffinism?
It's
Only because it sounds so awkward in the mouth. I would just be embarrassed for you trying to say it all the time.
Okay.
What would
yeah.
be
I could only say that sounds really. It sounds very much like an agnostic type of concept.
I'm pretty convinced there's no deity. I wouldn't even call it agnosticism because I'm not.
Yeah.
Well, agnostic is nothingness
No.
for the most part.
Atheism.
See, now I identify as a Christian, but I follow a lot of Gnostic things. Not
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm familiar with Gnosticism. I've called my Satanism Gnostic Satanism before. There's definitely elements of Gnosticism involved in it.
Yeah.
And then Chris, my co-host, is he considers himself a Gnostic Christian.
Yep, that's what I resonate with too, man, because if you follow any of the scripture, even just on a base concept, like if you like say you are not religious at all and you just decide to read a couple scriptures or somebody has told you a little here and there, right? And you're like, well, that is a good principle. You know what I mean? Now I understand that
I missed it.
like if somebody tells you a verse, but you don't traditionally read the Bible or believe in it.
But you can
you're like,
evaluate it on whether
well, this verse made sense. That's a good
Yeah.
principle, you know?
Yeah.
Now, there is a verse that says, my people will fail for lack of knowledge. Now, gnosis means knowledge. So when I hear that, that tells me, well, I better make sure to have some knowledge so I don't fail.
It's a specific type of knowledge. It's knowledge
Yeah,
of
it's
the Godhead within.
in an imperfected world as well.
Yeah. And it's a knowledge that it's not a knowledge of something, like we know things about the world. It's an intimate knowledge that changes the relationship of you and the thing that you're knowing. And so in the process of that knowing, you and the thing you're knowing become changed.
Self-transformation. And once you come to that higher level, I mean, you, like I said, a lot of people, they reach a framework of acceptance of where you're at. So you accept
I think we need to
and
just
now
to
what
survive.
are we gonna do with it?
Yeah, like just to move forward in life, we have to like just accept some kind of worldview position at some point so we can go forward from there. We can't like spend our whole life sorting through all the possibilities. We have to pick one at some point to get shit done.
Yep. Chuck.
Yeah.
What are you thinking?
I'm still here. I'm just listening. I'm listening.
We ran pretty late tonight.
I just stopped by, Jeff. I'm getting out of here, man.
Oh, I'm enjoying the hell of it. I'm glad you did. It was good chatting. Feel free anytime.
All right, man.
I really, for some reason, a lot of what you said made sense. It sounds wild, but I'm like, I think I get it.
Yeah, man. Have a good evening, man.
Yeah, you too. Take care.
All right, Gavin.
All right, we can wrap up if you want, and I can rest up for tomorrow.
Sounds good.
That was a wee bit hard to follow for me. This later.
That's
Late
what
at
that was
night.
my experience. I'm like, this is it's not making linear sense exactly, but at the same time, I'm kind of understanding it. I think I
Oh,
get it.
so you might find God after all.
Maybe so through Goblin of all people.
Outstanding. Yeah, I
But
was a
it
little.
reminded me of like the conversations you have when you're on acid, and they make sense at the time because you're both on acid, and they're so like they're the most important thing in the universe at that time to figure out, and it made that kind of sense.
Yeah. You know, what I wish I would have done is recorded myself and my friends while we were on acid. That would have been good.
Oh God, me too. We would make diagrams. We would like draw shit. We'd have complex diagrams. I remember one night we drew in my friend's carpet with our fingers, and we woke up the next morning and there were all these diagrams scrawled on her carpet of
You're
like
talking
the
about
universe and
LSD,
how it
right?
works. Yeah, LSD. We had
Yes.
the whole workings of the universe mapped out on her carpet.
Well, LSD was invented to cure alcoholism.
Really?
I
I thought
think
it was invented by like discovered more than invented by accident. Abby Hoffman.
maybe I have to go back and look, but I thought its original intent was for cure alcoholism.
Have you tried it
No,
for that?
I've never done it. LSD.
Wow. What about mushrooms or anything? Any
Nope, no
psychedelics?
mushroom. The only thing I ever had that and it wasn't intentional. They slipped it into my drink was a
Uh,
PCP,
wow.
angel dust.
What you did? I had a friend on PCP, and I'm like, I'm not
Uh,
trying this
uh,
drug. You did PCP?
not intentionally. They
I
slipped me a
know, but
Mickey.
oh my god,
Yikes.
yeah, that would be scary.
I heard that stuff's pretty wild.
Me too. I am not interested in having that experience at all. What is Sherm? Is that PCP?
Germ? I don't know what.
All of my
I think
bad
it's
trips happened on shrooms. Like that was the one that did it for me. Oh, PCP. Yeah, I had friends
germ.
that did it, but it never looked like something I wanted to be on. Oh, right. Yeah. Sometimes it was the weed. I remember that. They would have, because I was paranoid about, I didn't smoke a lot of weed back then at all because I mostly did psychedelics. But when I did smoke weed, I was very paranoid about where it came
Yep.
from because it might be laced with PCP.
Wow.
Oh, Lord. That
I
would be
might
so.
try. I
I
might.
don't think, like, I am so against, I think that's one of the worst things you can do to a person is surprise them with psychedelics and slip
Definitely.
stuff, like, without their consent or knowledge,
Yes. I
introduce a
agree.
drug into their system.
Very, very cruel. You know, you'd be questioning your own sanity at a, when the time comes and like, you're like wondering what the hell is going on. It's a very cruel thing to do. But I might try Sherm if it was floating around. I might give it a see what it's like. Same thing with DMT. I might try that if it was floating around or whatever. I'm not
Really?
gonna seek it out or anything, but just because like I was like I'll try anything once kind of a guy, but
Even now?
not so much now. But like those are a couple things I would probably might consider, but I would do acid again because I just don't have enough brain cells left to you know I think LSD is one of those that like really hits your overall brain cell count.
Oh,
So I'll stay away from that.
yeah.
All
You
right,
don't
I'm
want
dropping off, fellas.
to
I'm
become
tired.
an old hippie burnout. Oh, yeah. Take care, Chuck. We'll
All
wrap
right,
up
all right.
and
Nice
start
talking
it
to you,
again.
Chuck.
Catch you later.
Take care.
Good night.
All right. Good night, DaFreak. Catch you
See
later.
you later. It's a good show.
See you in the streets. All right. I hope you have a good night. Let me see if someone else is streaming. I can maybe send you to. Flo is up. So is Speakeasy. Moose is playing tunes. Let's Speakeasy. He has an open panel on Mondays, and we'll see who's on Flow. Oh, maybe it's not Chiquita. It looks like Flow is restreaming not Chiquita's panel. And then Speakeasy has Hornet, Haku, Animated F. I'll tell you what, I'll post both links and you can decide where you want to meander to. Yeah, you're going to Easy's? Okay, I'll post his link. He has an open panel with 5 or 6 guests. I'll post. I should probably post not Chiquitas because that's channel for streaming right now. So yeah, let me do it. Meditation, God, and visions for the future. Oh, and Montagraph is on. So that could be another possible channel to check out. Flow and Montagraph, 007. Not, no, no, that's not it's not bad. It's not. All right, there you go. To monetize, you have a YouTube channel. So if you've never streamed before, you have to activate it. So you go up in the corner and you go live, and it takes 24 hours, and it's going to say you want to start the process. So you have to set that up, and then it eventually tell you, okay, you're ready to go. Like 24 hours later, and then from there, you can go live, or you can schedule it in advance. But StreamYard's really the way to go if you're going to do it long term. So you can have stuff on. So yeah, like if you start streaming up, there's a ton of us that we will help you. All right, so there's a couple of streams you can visit. Speakeasy, and we'll be back tomorrow at 2 p.m.